And then what I'll do is I'll share your live stream on my YouTube.
Hey, it's live on the tube now. Put something in the description about joining the actual Zoom.
Right. Okay. All right. Happy Sabbath, everyone.
Happy Sabbath.
So,
Bit of a boomer start to the Zoom
what a sickener.
today. It felt like, can you remember the video of that church that did their gathering on Zoom, and it was just an absolute shit show? You ever see that one?
No, I don't think so.
It was pretty funny. It was during COVID. It's like some church tried to do a church meeting on Zoom, and it's just funny. None of them know how to use it. It's pretty funny. So yeah, we're probably going to be going through um these chapters in Isaiah. I think it's from 4 and 15. Isaiah 15 through to goes quite goes for quite a few chapters. Got at least 22, 23. Yeah, so it's like at least Isaiah 15 through to 23, which we might not even be able to get through today, depending on how much we end up talking about the different chapters. Okay, so just wait a few more minutes to let a few more people get in. What's on the menu today?
So for breakfast, I have chicken sausages.
Nice.
That's reduced chicken sausages. Excuse me. Lunch, the classic: smoked salmon, cream cheese, caper, bagels, and for
Nice.
dinner, pizza and salad or something.
Nice. What did you make of Meg's salmon and cream cheese bagel?
I mean, it's a good effort.
Oof,
It's a good effort.
that's a harsh comment.
She's not listening, is she? Oh no.
Caleb's having a bit of a moment in the bedroom, so she might not have heard it.
Nah, it looked lovely. I thought she said it was a Kev special.
It was a Kev special, actually, I believe.
All you've done there is slag off me dad.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's righteous judgment.
Andrew?
Kind of had a tuna pasta bake for breakfast.
Brutal.
Yeah.
Breakfast. I would like that for breakfast.
I elected for a.
Ooh.
Wait, what was that?
Meg said she'd like that for breakfast. I would as well. I'm keen. I haven't had a good tuna pasta bake for years now.
Yeah.
Really yum.
I had a 1.5 liter Mountain Dew and a 1.5 liter Pepsi.
Good grief.
What?
He's gonna be peeing so.
I'm not even kidding. Actually, there's a couple sips taken out of the Pepsi already. So,
Yeah, a few steps.
but then, a cauliflower pizza for lunch, and we just had some cheesecake for tea. But we do also have a pot roast sitting there in the slow cooker, ready to crack into at any time as well.
Fairs. That is yeah. Not sure what to say on that one. Cheesecake for tea. It's
And
your meals are getting progressively worse and worse, I think. It
You
was all
reckon?
Yeah, it was all right until the rice and the leaf fiasco, and then ev- ever
Uphill from
ever since that day, it's just been steadily downhill.
Oh no, it was pretty. Cauliflower pizza was really good. I skipped breakfast, and then yeah, we kind
Cheesecake
of
for tea.
Moses ate it.
yeah,
He dropped it.
cheesecake for tea. But we do have a pot roast, so we got no sides with it, but we got a big hunk of meat ready to get into.
Nice.
Really do.
Well, it's the classic brekkie for us. Um, then I believe, honestly, I think it's a you could probably guess the rest of our meals for the day. See if you can.
Okay,
Chicken wrap for lunch
That's the
and
one.
a spaghetti bolognese
no,
chili con
con carne.
carne.
Yeah, con
Yeah,
carne.
that's the one. Chicken wrap and chili.
But what's a classic brekkie? Is that just egg?
So it's just some well, typically we would have beef sausages, some egg, toast, beans, maybe a couple of little hash browns, chuck them in. But it was a bit of a reduced one today, so it was turkey bacon instead of beef sausage. Good nonetheless, though.
That's a classic English breakfast day.
That sounds so good.
Yeah,
It's
it is pretty
that
good to
thing.
be honest.
You don't want that black pudding stuff though. That's grim.
Nah, you can't
Oh,
get white
Matthew,
pudding though.
I'm going to bring some of that lamb mahon up next weekend. The lamb
Mm,
rashers.
nice. Kev will be excited about them. He keeps
Yeah,
talking about them.
yeah. I'll bring a few packs up.
Nice. Yeah, that'll be good.
So
Yeah,
can
what
I,
you can get white pudding, which is equally as tasty, just minus the blood.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, black pudding is like gross. I used to eat so much of that though. Sausage and black pudding sandwich for breakfast for about a year during COVID.
I did the same, Matthew.
Yeah, and a lot of brown sauce. I can't even imagine the damage that such a sandwich would do on your body. Like cancer meat, cancer blood, and cancer sauce. It's good stuff.
I'm just googling black pudding right now.
what it was?
Yeah, during COVID, Matthew, every breakfast for, I don't know, months and months, I'd have 3 pork sausages, 3 rashers of bacon, and 2 black pudding discs with
Nice.
like 6 eggs in a pot, a tablespoon of beans, and wondered why I kept getting feverish and stuff.
Yeah. Yeah.
It was grim.
Yeah. Yeah, it really is. Like it's absolutely ugh. Like just the thought of eating it now makes it actually I think I would actually vomit eating it now.
Yeah, even when you get accidentally porked,
Yeah.
like I did a few weeks ago. I think I put it in the brothers group, and oh my gosh, just want to throw up.
Yeah.
Body wants to throw up as well. It's not just me; it's the body's
Yeah.
rejecting it.
Yeah, I remember the last time that happened to me was at work and stupid it was my own fault really because we have a there's a Ukrainian guy at work and he was eating some like you know stuff that was left over in a pan from the chefs. I was like, "Oh, what you eating?" And he was like, "Oh, beef." He was like, "Do you want some?" Like, you know, passed us a fork. I was like, "Yeah, I'll have a little try." Stuck a little bit in and just instantly tasted pork. And I was like, it's not beef, it's pork. It was like pulled pork. And just the taste of it was just rank. I just got some blue roll, spat it into the blue roll, and then swilled my mouth out.
Ugh, you got porked, bro. Happens to the best of us.
Yeah, this was probably like maybe a year and a half ago. That was the last time it happened. But yeah,
Yeah, I've been crabbed and I've been porked quite recently, actually.
yeah.
Yeah, a chicken pasta, but it was crab.
What was that?
But
Hey Matthew,
Yeah.
did I tell you about the story of when I first called you, our very first phone call
Mm,
about the pork?
I remember our first phone call, but I don't remember this.
So when we were on the phone for the first time, and I think we were going through Acts 10, because I'm like, oh, didn't Jesus say all foods are clean?
Oh,
And then
yeah,
you were
yeah, yeah.
walking me, yeah. So for everyone else, he's walking me through how Acts 10 is, about the people and not pork. Mind you, I had just ordered a pizza and it's a pork pizza and I'm eating it as I'm talking to him. And we get up to verse 28 and I'm like, oh, it's got nothing to do with food. It's about people. You still can't eat, biblically unclean. And I'm smashing down a pork pizza.
Gross.
Oh,
Yeah, that's pretty funny. But yeah, yeah, it's I don't know, like I used to really like in that Italian that I used to work at, like when I would like first came to the truth, like for my dinner, I would have like chicken and pancetta pasta, and then for my tea, I would have like a ham and pepperoni pizza, and this was like, you know, 4 days a week, and just now the thought of doing that, it just makes us feel sick. So gross.
Yeah, after out of bitterness when I left Islam, I obviously wasn't allowed pork for most of my life. Out of bitterness, when I was at uni, I put 2 packs of streaky rashers between two slices of bread, like 32 rashers in a sandwich to spite Islam, but I was just spiting myself.
Yeah,
So retarded.
yeah.
is the Muslims as big of a deal as they make it out in the news in England?
Yeah. I mean, by statistically, you mean them kind of taking over?
Yeah, and like kicking people off buses, all the stuff you see on the news, like
Yeah,
schools.
yeah. So we've got Sharia courts, we've got Sharia councils now as well. Statistically, by 2030, at this rate, I know we won't make it there. The top 10 constituencies on voting power, i.e., population, will be majority Muslim, which will be Sharia because democracy is, mob rule.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, Connor sent me a funny photo yesterday of a lady in a burqa and a man in the white garbs with the red headscarf. It was like Ishmael's cruising or something. But yeah, it's pretty bad here. We're getting majorly judged because
Connor's in one of the worst cities for it as well, Brum.
yeah,
It's like,
Birmingham, Leeds, Bradford, all around there.
yeah. Yeah, I mean we
But
don't like we have like a section of Newcastle that's like got a, but it's not even like it's not like like the hardcore Muslims. It's like is it the Sikhs that are kind of like a bit more liberal.
Nah, that's completely different religion, bro.
yeah, those are like Indians, right?
I thought Sikhs. Wait,
No,
what's
it's
the?
Sunni and Shia.
Oh, maybe is it the Sunnis that are like a bit more chill?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Aye, yeah.
there was a
So
funny joke about that. I can't remember what it was. Something to do with it being sunny, but no, it's shit. Shit. Is
yeah,
it sunny outside? No, it's shit.
yeah. But yeah,
So
I
who,
mean, we don't really get it as bad up here. It's still like I would still say it's still very much like white British up in the northeast. There's still there's a much bigger population. Like even when I was growing up, like there was like two, people of color in my school, which is like, I know for like, say for you, Dan, like growing up where you did, or even for Connor, that's like mad, two colored people in school, in a school of like 1,000 people, you know. Um, but yeah, it's like pretty bad, especially in Birmingham.
So what's the thing? You said there's Sharia court. Who goes to them? Like the British citizens could some way end up in there. Like, how does that work?
Yeah, eventually they could. Yeah. They can enforce a jizya tax. They can write their own laws, this, that, and the other. Because a lot of the mayors and members of parliament, the politicians, who've been democratically elected by the majority, are Muslim. So yeah, eventually, if time allows it, then there'll be white British people judged by Sharia courts and possibly a jizya tax. So it's a tax for unbelievers in Islam. Instead of beheading, they just take a couple of shekels off you. It's
Oh,
funky.
really? Because I was just gonna say that, what about like the death penalty and all that kind of stuff?
Yeah, I mean, it depends on who's in power as part of democracy, isn't it? Mob rule.
Yeah, true.
Rumours that a number of our politicians have converted, rumours that Charles has converted to Islam. Yeah, I don't know. It's our judgment.
Hmm.
Church of England's judgment.
Yeah. Hmm. Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, I remember all the like kickoffs a few years ago when like you weren't allowed to like people were saying, oh, you shouldn't be allowed to put a Christmas tree in your front window and stuff because it's like offensive to the Muslims and that. And everyone was like, no, I'm fucking putting a Christmas tree up. You can't stop me. Blah, blah, blah. It's like these people just have no idea, like that God is just judging them through all of this. You know, actually using the Gentiles to potentially redeem you from putting up a Christmas tree, and then you just fight against God's judgment and just do it anyway. But uh, yeah, Kathy's just saying there she lives in a really small rural town in mid Wales. There's loads of Indians and Africans all getting jobs as carers. Yeah. Right. Okay. So should we get into these scriptures? Right. So chapter 14 of Isaiah says, "For Jehovah will have mercy on Jacob and will yet choose Israel and set them in their own land. And the strangers shall be joined with them, and they shall cleave to the house of Jacob." Cheers, Kev. They shall cleave to the house of Jacob, and the people shall take them and bring them into their place, and the house of Israel shall possess them in the land of Jehovah for servants and handmaids. And they shall take them captives, whose captives they were, and they shall rule over their oppressors. And it shall come to pass in the day that Jehovah shall give thee rest from thy sorrow and from thy fear and from the hard bondage wherein thou was made to serve. that thou shouldst take up this proverb against the king of Babylon, and say, how hath the oppressor ceased? The golden city ceased. I just realized I'm reading the wrong chapter, but it's quite a long chapter actually. Maybe I should just stop and start in 15. Yeah, I am just going to do that. So yeah, because I want to like give some context. What was the reason that we were going to read these chapters again? It had something to do with was it?
It's Edom.
Right. Okay, yeah, that is right. It had something to do with Edom, didn't it? Okay, so yeah, we were looking for the judgment. That's it. Because it was all about the great slaughter in Idumea and the sacrifice in Bozrah. And we wanted to find Edom and Bozrah and all that sort of stuff. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, now I remember. Yeah, so like, these nations that are getting judged here, really, for the context that we need to be looking at, this did happen physically, at a time, and I'm sure some of these places that still exist now, they will be judged according to these judgments. But really, the main thing you want to take from it is like the spiritual conditions. So, like when it's talking about Moab here, like to really understand it, you have to go and look at the sins that the Moabites were committing. And those sins will be represented by sins that people are committing, in this generation. So it's like, these people who buy into like the serpent seed doctrine or the BHI doctrines and all that kind of stuff, they're reading stuff about the Moabites and the Amorites and the Girgashites and the Perizzites and all that sort of stuff. And they're saying that this is still actual physical people groups. And they'll either say, oh, it's the white man, or they'll say it's the black man. Just so it's like unbelievable that people are actually that stupid to think that that's what it's talking about. So but they'll completely miss that it's talking about spiritual conditions. So we could, we might even go and look, as we're getting through this, depending on how it goes, we might even go and look at some of the sins that these nations or these cities were actually committing. And then, we can kind of translate it into what people are doing now.
It's interesting. The Moabites became David's servant after he was given the sure mercies of David in First Chronicles 17 or something. He
Really?
smote them, then they became his servants. I think it was First Chronicles. Yeah, First Chronicles 18. They became his servant after he received the sure mercies of David in 17.
Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah, random, but yeah.
Interesting. You see, so that will have some sort of relevance to, to today. Okay, so Isaiah 15, the burden of Moab, because in the night Ar of Moab is laid waste and brought to silence, because in the night Ker of Moab is laid waste and brought to silence. He is gone up to Bajith and to Dibon, the high places, to weep. Moab shall howl over Nebo and over Medeba. On all their heads shall be baldness, and every beard cut off. In their streets they shall gird themselves with sackcloth. On the tops of their houses and in their streets everyone shall howl, weeping abundantly. And Heshbon shall cry, and Elilah, something like that. Their voice shall be heard even unto Jahaz. Therefore the armed soldiers of Moab shall cry out. His life shall be grievous unto him. My heart shall cry out for Moab. His fugitives shall flee unto Zoar, a heifer of 3 years old. Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah, just a little bit.
Yeah, just a little bit.
1044.
Yeah.
Wow.
I'm just wondering, is there a clause in the law that says that these heifers have to be at a certain age to be sacrificed?
I
Yeah,
believe
I
so,
believe
yeah.
so. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it is actually 3 years,
Yeah, it is.
Wow. What are
which
these
is
heifers right now at the moment? Do you know their age?
they are three, but um like they're 3 years old, but I'm pretty sure you said that there was like younger ones because there was like a couple who were too old now. Um, so I guess maybe they've just got they have a constant supply of heifers, like so there's always one at the right age. Um, but actually now that this gets brought up again, and it would really be Andrew and Dan, I think, who were really the only ones around this time last year. There's other people in here who might know, but because I remember this rightly that it was last spring that those heifers were brought over to Israel? Like, because I'm sure I
Yeah, it
remember that.
was. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought I remembered that right because I remember we were talking about that last spring. Because yeah, they got brought over from Texas, didn't they?
Yeah, and they released that photo of the big white slide
Right,
last year
yeah,
where
the
they would
altar.
sacrifice them on, yeah, the altar.
Yeah, man,
Isn't
like
it?
it's
Oh,
so
yeah,
like.
sorry.
Oh, go on, Andrew.
I was just gonna say, isn't it in the Talmud that they have to be 3 years old, and the only thing you got in the Bible is don't steal the kid in the mother's milk, which is understood to be 3 years old, but then they wrote it down as 3 years old. Or is there actually some? I'm asking. I don't know. I just didn't think there was actually a definitive thing anywhere in the law that said got to be three.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't have been sure about that until we've just read the verse that we just read here. Did you hear that, Andrew?
Yeah, right. I mean, yeah, I
Okay.
guess so. Yeah.
So my heart shall cry out for Moab, his fugitives shall flee unto Zoar. Maybe that's where they're supposed to flee.
Yeah, maybe. Genesis 15:9, Andrew. And he said unto him, take me an heifer of 3 years old, and then a
Okay.
she goat of 3 years old, and a ram of 3 years old, and a turtle dove and a young pigeon.
Oh, right. Okay.
So maybe it's not just the heifers, maybe it's all of those sacrifices have to be three. Or at least maybe all of the big, like I don't know what category they would like livestock. My heart shall cry out for Moab, his fugitives shall flee unto Zoar, a heifer of 3 years old. For by the mounting up of Luhith, with weeping shall they go it up. For in the way of Horonaim they shall raise up a cry of destruction. For the waters of Nimrin shall be desolate, for the hay is withered away, the grass faileth. Interesting. There is no green thing. Therefore the abundance they have gotten, and that which they have laid up, shall they carry away to the brook of the willows. The brook of the willows. I wonder if that's the same thing as the brook of Kidron. Two seconds.
Andrew, how do you survive without the soundboard? Can't do
I'll
the
press it.
tick tock, tick tock.
Yeah, I know, dude. That's gonna be a huge downside. I did start playing the Twitter intro music through my mic on the Zoom. That's what I've been doing. Like I found a YouTube clip of it.
Nice.
Yeah, I'll just have to do it myself.
What happened, sorry?
Uh, Daniel was saying how there's no soundboard now, so I can't TikTok you when you leave.
Yeah, you said 2 secs, and I was waiting for the tick tock, tick tock.
Oh, right.
Oh, Dan, no emojis, dude.
Oh, we can't have emoji battles.
Right.
Oh no.
That was. Oh no.
What a loss that's gonna be. Okay, so this is interesting me actually. This is really, I don't know. I think there could be something here. The Brook of Willows. I wanna hold on. The Brook of Willows. What's that? Um, the Brook of Willows or the Ravine of Willows. Brook of Willows is in the Jordan Valley. Where is the Brook of Kidron? Kidron, also known as the Kidron Valley. Is the um, is the Jordan Valley the same thing as the Kidron Valley? No, they're not the same thing. Okay, so they're not the same thing. Happy Sabbath, Kata. We are in Isaiah 15. What did Bridget say? Not sure if this is anything my Bible says down the bottom. Or the third Eglath, an unknown city, compared to Jeremiah 48:34. Okay. All right, so yeah, I guess there's only so much we can speculate, so I'll just keep reading. Verse 8, for the cry is gone around about the border of Moab, the borders of Moab, the howling thereof unto Eglaim, and the howling thereof unto Beer Elim. For the waters of Demon shall be full of blood, for I will bring more upon Demon, lions upon him that escapeth of Moab, and upon the remnant of the land. Okay. Let's just keep reading. Chapter 16. Send ye the lamb to the ruler of the land, from Selah to the wilderness, unto the mount of the daughter of Zion. For it shall be that as a wandering bird cast out of the nest, so the daughters of Moab shall be at the fords of Arnon. Take counsel, execute judgment, make thy shadow as the night in the midst of the noonday. Hide the outcasts. What? Bewray him. Bewray not him that wandereth. Let mine outcasts dwell with thee, Moab. Be thou a convert to them from the face of the spoiler. For the extortioner is at an end, the spoiler ceaseth, the oppressors are consumed out of the land. And in mercy shall the throne be established, and he shall sit upon it in truth in the tabernacle of David, judging and seeking judgment, hasting righteousness. We have heard of the pride of Moab. He is very proud, even of his haughtiness, and his pride and his wrath, but his lies shall not be so. Therefore shall Moab howl for Moab. Everyone shall howl. For the foundations of Hareseth shall ye mourn, surely they are stricken. For the fields of Heshbon languish, and the vine of Sibmah. The lords of the heathen have broken down the principal plants thereof, and there are come even unto Jazer. They wandered through the wilderness, her branches are stretched out, they are gone over the sea. Therefore I will bewail with weeping of Jazer, I don't know, the vine of Sibmah. I will water thee with my tears, O Heshbon, and Elilah, for the shouting for thy summer fruits and for thy harvest is fallen. Okay. And gladness is taken away, and joy out of the plentiful field, and in the vineyards there shall be no singing, neither shall there be shouting. The treaders shall tread out no more wine in their presses. I have made their vintage shouting to cease. Wherefore my bowels shall sound like a harp for Moab, and my inward parts for Haresh. And it shall come to pass, when it is seen that Moab is weary on the high place, that he shall come to his sanctuary to pray, but he shall not prevail. This is the word that Jehovah hath spoken concerning Moab since that time. But now Jehovah hath spoken, saying, within 3 years, as the years of a hireling, and the glory of Moab shall be contemned with all that great multitude, and the remnant shall be very small and feeble. This just sounds like Mystery Babylon to me. I don't know about anyone else.
Well, we should definitely read Jeremiah 48 after Moab in Isaiah.
Let's hear it, Dan.
I need a quick pee-pee. One moment.
Okie dokie. Yeah, I mean, verse 6, we have heard of the pride of Moab. He is very proud, even his haughtiness and his pride and his wrath. And then that last couple of verses, Jehovah hath spoken, saying, within 3 years, as the years of a hireling, the glory of Moab shall be condemned. And with all that great multitude, great is the fall of that house, but the remnant shall be very small and feeble. It's the remnant of Joseph, surely, isn't it?
Yeah.
Right, so Jeremiah 48, titled Prophecy Against Moab. Against Moab, thus saith Jehovah of hosts, the God of Israel, woe unto Nebo, for it is spoiled. Kiriathaim is confounded and taken. Misgab is confounded and dismayed. There shall be no more praise of Moab. In Heshbon they have devised evil against it. Come, and let us cut it off from being a nation. Also thou shalt be cut down, O madmen. The sword shall pursue thee. A voice of crying shall be from Horonaim, spoiling and great destruction. Moab is destroyed. Her little ones have caused a cry to be heard. For in the going up of Luhith, continual weeping shall go up. For in the going down of Horonaim, the enemies have heard a cry of destruction. Flee, save your lives, and be like the heath in the wilderness. For because thou hast trusted in thy works and in thy treasures, thou shalt also be taken, and Chemosh shall go forth into captivity with his priests and his princes together. And the spoiler shall come up upon every city, and no city shall escape. The valley also shall perish, and the plain shall be destroyed, as Jehovah hath spoken. Give wings unto Moab, that it may flee and get away, for the cities thereof shall be desolate, without any to dwell therein. Cursed be he that doeth the work of Jehovah deceitfully, and cursed be he that keepeth back his sword from blood. Moab hath been at ease from his youth, and he hath settled on his lees, and hath not been emptied from vessel to vessel, neither hath gone into captivity. Therefore his taste remained in him, and his scent is not changed.
Wow.
Yeah.
So what? That's Zephaniah 2. And was it woe unto him that is? Oh man, hold on, I can't remember it. The
Yeah.
settled on his lees.
Settled on his lees, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it shall come to pass at that time that I will search Jerusalem with candles and punish the men that are settled on their lees, that say in their heart, Jehovah will not do good, neither will he do evil. But then, this to me it really does sound like Mystery Babylon, this judgment of Moab. Even the bit where it said, Moab is destroyed, her little ones have caused a cry to be heard.
Yeah.
I know it's like God hears the cries of those lost sheep wandering through all the mountains and hills looking for the truth.
I'll carry on from, what is it, verse 12. Therefore, behold, the days come, saith Jehovah, that will send unto him wanderers, that shall cause him to wander, and shall empty his vessels and break their bottles. And Moab shall be ashamed of Chemosh, as the house of Israel was ashamed of Bethel, their confidence. How say ye, we are mighty and strong men for the war? Moab is spoiled and gone up out of her cities, and his chosen young men are gone down to the slaughter, saith the king. Oh, I just got my headphone caught. Saith the king, whose name is Jehovah of hosts. The calamity of Moab is near to come, and his affliction hasteth fast. All ye that are about him bemoan him, and all ye that know his name say, how is the strong staff broken, and the beautiful rod? Thou daughter that dost inhabit Dibon, come down from thy glory and sit in first, for the spoiler of Moab shall come upon thee, and he shall destroy thy strongholds. O inhabitant of Aroer, I don't know how to pronounce that, stand by the way and espy, and ask him that fleeth, and her that escapeth, and say, what is done? Moab is confounded, for it is broken down. Howl and cry, tell ye it in Arnon, that Moab is spoiled. And judgment is come upon the plain country, upon Holon, upon Jahazer, and upon Mephath, and upon Dibon, and upon Nebo, and upon Beth Diblathem or something, and upon Kirathaim, and upon Beth Gamul, and upon Bethmeon, and upon Kerioth, and upon Bozrah, and upon all the cities of the land of Moab, far and near. The horn of Moab is cut off, and his arm is broken, saith Jehovah. Make ye him drunken, for he magnified himself against Jehovah. Moab also shall wallow in his vomit, and he also shall be in derision. For was
Wow.
be in derision.
Wow. Wallowing in his vomit.
Yeah.
Like a dog that returns to his vomit. Like the drunkards of Ephraim, all the tables are full of vomit. But then when these people are called out of that drunkenness to enter into the high calling and they turn from the holy commandment, they go back to that vomit. Like this is just like I'm just reading about Mystery Babylon here.
Yeah, and it's interesting about the Heifers, because that's mentioned in Jeremiah 48 as well. And they came from Mystery Babylon.
Right, exactly, yeah. Like even I know you're literally just about to read it, but like verse 29 there. We have heard of the pride of Moab. He is exceeding proud. It's like the crown of pride. Also, I noticed on the previous, oh no, it's the same chapter, sorry, 48 verse 11. And it says, neither hath he gone into captivity, therefore his taste remained in him, and his scent is not changed. I wonder if that's kind of like spiritually talking, like they're physically in captivity, but like they're not accepting their captivity. Like how you actually get these people in the Torah movement who are like, we can do the Feast of Mystery Babylon. We're not in captivity.
Yeah.
That they're not ashamed. It's the exact same thing as the House of Israel. They're not ashamed. God's put them into captivity, and they're just like, oh yeah, this is pretty sweet. We like it here. Like how could you live in Mystery Babylon and be like, yep, this'll do. Like if you like living in Mystery Babylon, and like not even just talking about America, it's like what they were just saying on the end of the Australian space, like yes, Mystery Babylon is America, but it's like, of course, there is a spiritual nature to it, like if you live in the West, you are more or less living in Mystery Babylon because all of these Western nations are just envying the American dream, they want to be American. Like I even heard Mark say, everyone wants to be American, and I can totally vouch for that. When I was younger, I wanted to be American, because it's just like, oh yeah, the Americans are so cool.
As did I as well.
Yeah, and it's quite a like. Did you, Andrew?
Yeah, bro. I was almost my. I was going to move to Las Vegas. Being American.
Yeah, I was gonna move to. I remember when me and Meg broke up for a little bit, and I was looking at how to move to New York. I was like, right, I'm out of here. I'm moving to New York, and then it was like, you need a job like with 100 grand salary, like set up and waiting for you to be able to move there. I was like,
Yeah, or to be able to invest $1 million or something.
yeah. I was
Yeah.
like, okay, I'll move to Brighton instead.
I wanted Colorado, Montana, or Alaska.
Yeah.
Yeah. Shall I continue? Jeremiah 48.
It's gonna be sick, hey? Because like
Okay.
you just think it's gonna be sick, like you just think, oh, that's where it's at, like New York.
Yeah.
Like, I totally get it.
Yeah, like if I would like, if I moved to New York, then I would find a really like good band, join a great band, make it big, to the world, be like I'd be like my generation's Sting, Geordie boy moving to New York.
It's because of Hollywood.
Yeah, completely. Like,
Dazed and Confused.
yeah, watching Dazed and Confused, watching, like
Even
Single.
Friends as well back in the day.
Yeah, Friends. Yeah, everyone wanted to live in Monica's apartment.
Yeah.
But
and live with your friends at like +30.
yeah, well, like we literally moved into our student house because it was like, oh, this is like Friends, or this is like, Eric's basement in that 70s show, like we just wanted to have that American just lifestyle.
Yeah. That was like the youth American dream.
Yeah. Like even like
all it's cracked up to be.
Yeah. Like even at college, like obviously me and Meg went to college like to do music, and like really maybe apart from you, like especially like the male singers, they all sang with that American accent.
Mm-hmm.
Like there was like a pop punk band, and he's like sounds like me, talks like me, but he'd be singing and he'd be like, my mom, no 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 no,
Skateboard,
like
feelings.
Yeah, and I was like, you're from Whitley Bay, like you don't sound like that. Why are you singing like that?
I don't know. Sometimes that sounded like a redneck.
Yeah, maybe a little bit,
all the 70s stuff.
Yeah.
But it's like you're raised with it. So and I feel like when you sing anyway, there's kind of this like neutral accent.
Yeah.
It's weird.
But yeah.
Hey, Matthew.
Yeah.
So a little tidbit for American kids, it freaks us out the first time we hear our favorite metal band or whatever, and they're like, "Oi, how you doing?" Right? And they're singing in American, but they're talking in fucking like, whoa.
Yeah.
Like it really is a surprise for us.
Yeah.
Like, what the hell? What's wrong with that guy? He talks one way and sings another.
It
Yeah.
is bizarre.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah.
Like my voice right now sounds far from Janis Joplin.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wait, Janis Joplin was British?
No, no.
No.
Oh, it's like, wait, what?
Like I don't talk like Janis Joplin in a speaking voice.
Oh, yeah, I get what you mean now. Yeah, I just woke up. All right. Good morning, everybody. Happy Sabbath.
Good morning. Happy
Happy
Sabbath,
Sabbath.
Ricky.
Happy Sabbath, Ricky.
There he is, the voice UK.
You should hear dancing.
Oh no, I
Mine
just
singing.
got here. You sing too? Oh man, Sarah, you better watch out. Someone's gonna try stealing him.
Sarah said I can sing, but I think she's hard of hearing.
What song did you sing?
Go on, Dan.
I want a skateboard feelings. Yeah, just emo for life, innit?
School sucks.
You guys sound like everybody from the 90s.
Yeah.
You sing.
Singing about pizza and your mom being gay.
Yeah.
Meg. Oh, I love your guys' space. Oh, this
Matthew,
is
you should do, tonight will be the night that I fall in.
Yeah. Thankfully, I didn't actually really ever get into the pop punk thing. I was a full on dedicated grunge boy. But man, I wanted to move to Seattle for a while as well. I remember I actually used to convince myself that like I was like, this is my destiny because like Newcastle is like the Seattle of England. It's like it's meant to be. I'm gonna create a big like blow up scene in Newcastle, and
He grew up to look like Eddie Vedder as well. Weirdly.
yeah,
Hello.
right. Out you go.
He's like, oh,
Right.
Hey Matthew. Hey,
Yeah.
real quick. Just so everybody knows, I don't have a phone. I'm talking to you now through well, obviously Zoom. But yeah, so my phone won't get turned on till Monday. So if you guys could all like text me Monday afternoon, that'd be great. So I could, if I
Yeah.
don't have your numbers, I've got my old phone, and it's got some of my contacts. I think it's got most of them, but just in case. Well, I'll let you know. Let me see. I did something stupid to my phone when I was setting it up, so I can't fix it till Monday.
Okie
So
dokie.
yeah,
No
so I don't
problem.
have a phone. So if anybody tries to call, I'm not ignoring anybody. I just don't have a phone.
No problem. But yeah, in summary, yeah, the Americans are they really have had such a it's like just the envy that the whole world has over America is just like crazy. Like it really is nuts. But like I've been saying it for a while now, like God gave America absolutely everything that they needed to be a nation that served God. They had all of the
Cleanest teeth.
yeah, you gave them cleanness of teeth. Yeah, exactly. That's it. They had everything they needed. They had the word of God. They had separated from the church, and in terms of everything else being added to them, they had all of the resources that they would need. They could have totally just served God, but they just blew it, and then they turned that blessing. Like God turns the curses into a blessing, but America turned that blessing into a curse, because they had everything they needed and they didn't give glory to God. They got prideful over it and they started saying, we're the greatest nation on earth. Just that pride. It just immediately consumed them.
I will continue Jeremiah 48 from 27. For was not Israel a derision unto thee? Was he not found among thieves? For since thou spakest of him, thou skippest for joy. O ye that dwell in Moab, leave the cities and dwell in the rock, and be like the dove that maketh her nest in the side of the hole's mouth. We have heard the pride of Moab. He is exceedingly proud, his loftiness and his arrogancy, and his pride, and the haughtiness of his heart. I know his wrath, saith Jehovah, but it shall not be so. His lies shall not so affect it. Therefore will I howl for Moab, and I will cry out for all Moab. Mine heart shall mourn for the men of Kirheres. O vine of Sibmah, I will weep for thee with the weeping of Jezer, which is the same place you read. Thy plants are gone over the sea, they reach even to the sea of Jezer. The spoiler is fallen upon thy summer fruits, and upon thy vintage. The spoiler is fallen, Satan being cast down. And joy and gladness is taken from the plentiful field, and from the land of Moab, and I have caused wine to fail from the wine presses. None shall tread with shouting, their shouting shall be no shouting. From the cry of Heshbon, even unto Eliel, and even unto Jahaz, have they uttered their voice, from Zoar even unto Horonaim, as an heifer of 3 years old. For the waters of Nimrim shall be desolate. Interesting again.
Yeah.
Moreover, I will cause to cease in Moab, saith Jehovah, him that offereth in high places, and him that burneth incense to his gods. Therefore mine heart shall sound for Moab like pipes, and mine heart shall sound like pipes for the men of Kirheres, because the riches that he hath gotten are perished. For every head shall be bald, and every beard clipped. On all the hands shall be cuttings, and upon the loins sackcloth. There shall be lamentation generally upon the housetops of Moab, and in the streets thereof. For I have broken Moab like a vessel wherein is no pleasure, saith Jehovah. They shall howl, saying, how is it broken down? How hath Moab turned the back with shame? So shall Moab be a derision and a dismaying to all them about him. For thus saith Jehovah, behold, he shall fly as an eagle, and shall spread his wings over Moab. Kerioth is taken, and the strongholds are surprised, and the mighty men's hearts in Moab at that day shall be as the heart of a woman in her pangs. And Moab shall be destroyed from being a people, because he hath magnified himself against Jehovah. Fear and the pit and the snare shall be upon thee, O inhabitant of Moab, saith Jehovah. He that fleeth from the fear shall fall into the pit, and he that getteth up out of the pit shall be taken in the snare. For I will bring upon it, even upon Moab, the year of their visitation. The year of their visitation. That's used quite a lot of places, isn't it? The time of their visitation in Jeremiah 8. They that fled stood under the shadow of Heshbon because of the force. But a fire shall come forth out of Heshbon, and a flame from the midst of Sihon, and shall devour the corner of Moab, and the crown of the head of the tumultuous ones. Woe be unto thee, O Moab! The people of Chemosh perisheth, for thy sons are taken captives, and thy daughters captives. Yet will I bring again the captivity of Moab in the latter days, saith Jehovah. Thus far is the judgment of Moab. It's the end of the chapter. You all right, Matthew?
Yep. Yeah. Yeah, this is interesting. This Moab stuff. Yeah, yet I will bring again the captivity of Moab in the latter days. You know, that kind of confirms it, really, doesn't it?
Yeah, definitely. That year of their
How's he gonna?
visitation is something I'm dwelling on as well. I'm sure I've seen that few places.
Yeah. Yeah, verse 44.
Isn't that about the watchman?
The year of their visitation. Yeah.
Is that Ezekiel 24 actually as well?
Yeah, so you got Jeremiah 8 to Jerusalem, the time of their visitation. They should be cast down. Isaiah 10, and what will ye do in the day of visitation and in the desolation? Day of recompense as well, Hosea 9.
Yeah.
And Micah 7 as well, you know. The day of thy watchman and thy visitation cometh, now shall be their perplexity.
That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so probably just go back to Isaiah now, or were we going to read the next chapter as well? I know.
Well, next chapter, so Jeremiah 49, is prophecy against Ammon, Edom, and Damascus. And I think Isaiah goes into them, doesn't it?
Yeah, I believe so.
And then 50 and 51 is Babylon. So maybe do Isaiah now, and then we can return to Jeremiah.
Right. Okay.
If you wanna.
Yeah. So yeah, the burden of Damascus, Isaiah 17. The burden of Damascus, behold, Damascus is taken away from being a city, and it shall be a ruinous heap. The cities of Aroa, I don't know, the cities of Aroa are forsaken. They shall be for flocks which shall lie down, and none shall make them afraid. But the fortress also shall cease from Ephraim, and the kingdom from Damascus, and the remnant of Syria. And they shall be as the glory of the children of Israel, saith Jehovah of hosts.
And Jerusalem being taken out. Fortress.
And in that day it shall come to pass that the glory of Jacob shall be made thin, and the fatness of his flesh shall wax lean. And it shall be as when the harvestmen gather the corn, and reapeth the ears with his arm, and they shall be as he that gathereth ears in the valley of Rephaim.
Very much like when they pick the heads of corn, the apostles on the Sabbath day.
Yeah.
Well, I was thinking, do they wax thin because Jacob's been taken out? And
Is it not about Jacob losing his strength?
after having the fatness.
Yet gleaning grapes shall be left in it, as the shaking of an olive tree, 2 or 3 berries in the top of the uppermost bough, 4 or 5 in the outmost fruitful branches thereof, saith Jehovah God of Israel.
Is that not the second Exodus? Isaiah 65. There's a blessing in it.
I'm not sure. Yeah, it could be.
I was like hearing the progression of them being caught up and stuff.
I'm not sure. At that day shall a man look to his Maker, and his eyes shall have respect to the Holy One of Israel. Blessed are they that, what is it? For they shall see God. Which one's that? Blessed are the peacemakers. They shall see God. The pure in heart have clean hands. Oh, no, yeah. Yeah, you're right.
But I was, what was it? All who call on the name of the Lord shall be saved. I think it's right next to us.
Yeah.
They'll know that he's the Holy One of Israel.
Yeah. Um,
Matthew,
yeah.
this verse, is this the one that about Damascus, like, so the prophecy that Damascus will fall? Is this the one that refers to America as Damascus? That could, I remember you guys saying something once that
It's Isaiah 8.
Isaiah 8. Okay,
Yeah.
that's the one that is the confusion, kind of, or
Uh,
not the not
yeah,
not confusion.
yeah, I was gonna say there's no confusion in it really. It's just like oh, hold on, I'll quickly turn to it. 'Cause it's the thing, it comes just before the say ye not a confederacy with
Mhm.
them who will say a confederacy.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, the riches of Damascus and the spoil of Samaria shall be taken away before the king of Assyria, who's going to come down as a flood of mighty waters. So, you know, the king of Assyria is probably definitely an idiom for Satan being cast down. And he's going to take away the riches of Damascus and the spoil of Samaria, which obviously is like Northern Kingdom based. So the capital of the Northern Kingdom, you could say, is America in the final generation.
Okay.
Is that like saying that the riches, meaning the people, get taken out of the way before Satan's cast down?
Um, yeah, maybe. Could be.
Cool. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. It's taken away before the king of Assyria. I don't know if that means he takes it away or it's taken away from him.
I'm hearing Jacob being called like I was before when it
Mm.
said, what? How did it phrase it in that last bit you read?
Um,
The fortress, the kingdom, and the
yeah, the fortress also shall cease from Ephraim, the kingdom from Damascus, the remnant from Syria, and they shall be as the glory of the children of Israel, saith Jehovah of hosts. And in that day it shall come to pass that the glory of Jacob shall be made thin, and the fatness of his flesh shall wax lean. And it shall be as when the harvestman gathereth the corn and reapeth the ears with his arm.
um,
And it shall be as he that gathereth the ears in the valley of Rephaim, yet gleaning grapes shall be left in it, as the shaking of an olive tree, 2 or 3 berries in the top of the uppermost bough, 4 or 5 in the outmost fruitful branches thereof, saith Jehovah God of Israel. At that day shall a man look to his Maker, and his eyes shall have respect to the Holy One of Israel.
goodness, I'm just getting that whole progression there.
Yeah, I can see it.
The blessing being in after they're caught up.
Yeah.
Maybe you could look up the valley of what was it, Rephaim?
Valley of Rephaim. Um, of Rephaim. Mm. So the Valley of Rephaim is like close to I guess it must be close to the Brook of Kidron. Mm. So it says the Kidron Valley is a significant location in the region of Jerusalem, often associated with geographical and religious significance. It is a valley that separates the Temple Mount from the Mount of Olives and extends towards the Dead Sea. The Valley of Rephaim is another valley typically associated with Jerusalem and is an ancient route from the coastal plain to the Judean hills. Okay. Right. I'm just gonna keep reading. And he shall not look to the altars, the work of his hands, neither shall respect that which his fingers have made, either the groves or the images. Yeah, Jacob does not like the rest of them. It worships the work of his own hands. In that day shall his strong cities be as a forsaken bow, and the uppermost branch which they left because of the children of Israel, and there shall be desolation. Because thou hast forgotten the God of thy salvation, and hast not been mindful of the rock of thy strength, therefore shalt thou plant pleasant plants, and shall set it with strange lips. Being mindful of the rock of thy strength. Yeah, the rock, what was it? You have forgotten the rock that begat thee in Deuteronomy 32. Quickly turn to that. Yeah, that is Deuteronomy 32, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, he lightly esteemed the rock of his salvation. Of the rock that begat thee, thou art unmindful, and hast forgotten the God that formed thee. And then this says, Jacob will not look to the altars and the work of his hands, neither shall have respect to that which his fingers have made, either the groves or the images. In that day shall his strong cities be as a forsaken bow, and as an uppermost branch which they left because of the children of Israel, there shall be desolation, because thou hast forgotten the God of thy salvation, and hast not been mindful of the rock of thy strength. Therefore shalt thou plant pleasant plants, and shalt set it with strange lips. In the day that thou shalt make thy plant to grow, and in the morning shalt thou make thy seed to flourish, but the harvest shall be a heap in the day of grief and of desperate sorrow. For the multitude of many people which make a noise like the noise of the seas, and to the rushing of nations that make a rushing like the rushing of mighty waters. The nations shall rush like the rushing of many waters, but God shall rebuke them, and they shall flee far off, and shall be chased as the chaff of the mountains before the wind, and like a rolling thing before the whirlwind. And behold, at eventide trouble, and before the morning he is not. This is the portion of them that spoil us, the lot of them that rob us. At eventide trouble. It's interesting. Oh. Yeah, there's a lot in these chapters, but I don't really quite know what to make of them exactly yet. It's something that I'm probably going to have to read over a few times. But it all seems to be tying into what God's already revealed. You know, that there's this small portion of people that are not like the rest of everyone else, and you know, they haven't forgotten God, they haven't forgotten the rock, they don't worship the work of men's hands, they're not full of this pride that Moab has. That bit before, they're gathering the corn and the wine, they're the harvestmen. Are
you done with Damascus?
Yeah.
So it's only a short snippet from Jeremiah 49, 5 verses, verse 23 through 27. Concerning Damascus, Hamath is confounded, and Arpad, for they have heard evil tidings. They are faint-hearted. There is sorrow on the sea. It cannot be quiet. Damascus is waxed feeble, and turneth herself to flee. And fear hath seized on her. Anguish and sorrows have taken her as a woman in travail. How is the city of praise not left, the city of my joy? Therefore her young men shall fall in her streets, and all the men of war shall be cut off in that day, saith Jehovah of hosts. And I will kindle a fire in the wall of Damascus, and it shall consume the palaces of Ben-Hadad.
Yeah, thanks, Dan. Yeah, Jax's comments interesting actually here.
Numbers 24.
Uh,
Is it?
well, it might
Oh,
be
sorry, yeah. No, different. Yeah.
yeah, Deuteronomy 29. Moab is where they made the sacrificial law covenant, which is true. This is the covenant that Jehovah made with us in Moab, beside the covenant he made with us in Horeb. So yeah, that's interesting. And then Moab here, it's talking about this yeah, it's this pride, exceedingly prideful.
Was Moab like the sand? Instead of the building your house on.
Yeah. Yeah.
I just followed Rephaim.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty interesting. Because it translates as giant.
Yeah, it's like the dead, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
In 2 Samuel 23, if you remember that. Just read them. Like, it's so interesting.
And so this is 2 Samuel 23, verses 20 and 21. Meg wanted to read this. And Benaiah, the son of Jehoiada, the son of a valiant man of Kabzeel, who had done many acts, he slew 2 lion-like men of Moab. He went down also and slew a lion in the midst of a pit in the time of snow. And he slew an Egyptian, a goodly man, and the Egyptian had a spear in his hand, but he went down to him with a staff and plucked the spear out of the Egyptian's hand and slew him with his own spear.
Live by the sword, die by the sword.
Yeah.
The Egyptians.
Yeah. Mm.
Certainly have to read the whole chapter.
Yeah.
Because that's what happens at the Valley of Rephaim.
Have a read of the full chapter, see what's there. Okay, so chapter 18 of Isaiah. Woe to the land shadowing with wings, which is beyond the rivers of Ethiopia, that sendeth ambassadors by the sea, even in vessels of bulrushes upon the waters, saying, Go, you swift messengers, to a nation scattered and peeled, to the people terrible from their beginning hitherto, a nation meted out and trodden down, whose land the rivers have spoiled. All ye inhabitants of the world and dwellers on the earth, see ye when he lifteth up an ensign on the mountains, and when he bloweth a trumpet, hear ye. For so Jehovah said unto me, I will take my rest, and I will consider in my dwelling place, like a clear heat upon herbs, and like a cloud of dew in the heat of harvest. For afore the harvest, when the bud is perfect, the sour grape is ripening in the flower, he shall both cut off the sprigs with pruning hooks and take away and cut down the branches. Is that the untimely figs? Afore the harvest, when the bud is perfect and the sour grape is ripening in the flower, he shall both cut off the sprigs with pruning hooks and take away and cut down the branches. And they shall be left together unto the fowls of the mountains and to the beasts of the earth, and the fowls shall summer upon them, and all the beasts of the earth shall winter upon them. In that time shall the present be brought unto Jehovah of hosts for a people scattered and peeled, and from a people terrible from their beginning hitherto, a nation meted out and trodden under foot, whose land the rivers have spoiled, to the place of the name of Jehovah of hosts, the Mount Zion. And there's so much in these chapters. Like, I don't even know fully. Like, it's just idiom after idiom after idiom.
Yeah.
I'm going to read that chapter again, actually. Woe to the land shadowing with wings, which is beyond the rivers of Ethiopia, that sendeth ambassadors by the sea, even in vessels of bulrushes upon the waters, saying, Go, you swift messengers, to a nation scattered and peeled, to a people terrible from their beginning hitherto, a nation meted out and trodden down, whose land the rivers have spoiled. Mm. All ye inhabitants of the world and dwellers on the earth, see ye, when he lifteth up an ensign on the mountains, and when he bloweth a trumpet, hear ye. For so Jehovah said unto me, I will take my rest, and will consider in my dwelling place, like a clear heat upon herbs, and like a cloud of dew in the heat of harvest. And afore the harvest, when the bud is perfect, and the sour grape is ripening in the flower, he shall both cut off the sprigs with pruning hooks, and take away and cut down the branches. And they shall be left together unto the fowls of the mountains, and to the beasts of the earth, and the fowls shall summer upon them, and all the beasts of the earth shall winter upon them. In that time shall the present be brought unto Jehovah of hosts, of a people scattered and peeled, and from a people terrible from their beginning hitherto, a nation meted out and trodden under foot, whose land the rivers have spoiled, to the place of the name of Jehovah of hosts, the Mount Zion.
New Jerusalem is the place of the name of,
Yeah.
the place where he chooses to put his name.
Yeah. Andrew or Dan, do you fancy reading the next chapter?
Yep. 19.
Yeah, 19.
The burden of Egypt. Behold, Jehovah rides upon a swift cloud, and shall come into Egypt. And the idols of Egypt shall be moved at his presence. And the heart of Egypt shall melt in the midst of it. And I'll set the Egyptians against the Egyptians, and they shall fight every one his brother, and every one his neighbor, city against city, and kingdom against kingdom. The spirit of Egypt shall fail in the midst thereof, and I'll destroy the counsel thereof. And they shall seek to the idols, and to the charmers, and to them that have familiar spirit, and to the wizards. And the Egyptians will I give over into the hand of a cruel lord, and a fierce king shall rule over them, saith the Lord, Jehovah of hosts. And the waters shall fail from the sea, and the rivers shall be wasted and dried, and they shall turn the rivers far away, and the brooks of defense shall be emptied and dried up. The reeds and flags shall wither. The paper reeds by the brooks, by the mouth of the brooks, and everything sown by the brooks shall wither, be driven away, and be no more. The fishes also shall mourn, and all they that cast angle into the brooks shall lament, and they that spread nets upon the waters shall languish. Moreover, they that work in fine flax, and they that weave network, shall be confounded, and they shall be broken in the purposes thereof. All that make sluices and ponds for fish. Surely the princes of Zoan are fools. The counsel of the wise counselors of Pharaoh is become brutish. How say ye unto Pharaoh, I am the son of the wise, the son of the ancient kings. Where are they? Where are your wise men? And let them tell you now. And let them know what Jehovah of hosts has purposed on Egypt. The princes of Zoan are become fools. The princes of Noph are deceived. They have also seduced Egypt, even they that are the stay of the tribes thereof. But that's a bit weird because that even they that are is the italics. They have also seduced Egypt, the stay of the tribes thereof.
Mm.
Jehovah, yeah, actually, when I first thought that changes the meaning, but I don't think it does really, because it's still saying Egypt is the stay of the tribes
Yeah.
thereof, either way you read it. Jehovah has mingled a perverse spirit in the midst thereof, and they have caused Egypt to err in every work thereof,
Hmm.
as a drunken man staggers in his vomit.
Wow. Wow. You see, it's like all of these different nations, like Mystery Babylon, Ephraim, however you want to put it, it's a multitude of nations within one nation, which, does apply physically. There's lots of different ethnic groups and different, nationalities in America, but the spiritual matter is always weightier than the physical. And so, like all of these, so far, every single one of these, um, these nations and the sins of these nations, it's found in America. Like, look, that is more or less word for word the exact same as Isaiah 28. As a drunken man staggereth in his own vomit, drunk on pride.
Yeah, and 29 as well. They
So,
stagger, but not with
it,
wine.
yeah, so it's like a multitude of nations within a nation. It's like all of these different nations, Moab, Egypt, Damascus, Ammon, like all of them. It's all really just within Mystery Babylon.
Yeah, that's what I'm hearing.
And that's even like, what is it? Like, oh man, Dan will know. What's the word for that? Like the blending of all of those different religions. Is that Mithraism or whatever it's called?
No, Mithraism is basic sun worship. I don't know what you mean. You mean like the coexist or something?
Yeah,
That
but there's like a no. It's like,
Syncretism.
say again, Phil.
Syncretism, perhaps.
No, that's not.
No.
There's a word that is it polytheism?
polytheism, yeah.
Yeah. It's like Walter Veith, that guy. He talks about it quite a lot. Where it's like, because that's basically what, like, he always talks about it, like with the Jesuits, but that, like, they've taken a bit from Egypt and from Rome and from the Greeks and from Babylon, and like they've just blended all of these different, false religions and pagan traditions and just merged it into one coexisting thing. And it's like, look at what we're reading about Mystery Babylon here. Like, they took traditions from the Moabites, from the Amorites, from the Egyptians, from this, from that. Like, it's all these different places, all just intermingled and just making this like melting pot of bollocks, basically. As your,
Melting pot of solid.
yeah, as your quote of the day.
That sounds better than black pudding, to be fair.
Yeah, more or less what it is, really.
Yeah. All right. Neither shall there be any work for Egypt, which the head or tail, branch or rush may do. That's the last bit headed up. Egypt, Assyria, Israel, blessed. In that day shall Egypt be like unto woman, and it shall be afraid and fear because of the shaking of the hand of Jehovah of hosts, which he shakes over it. And the land of Judah shall be a terror unto Egypt. Everyone that makes mention thereof shall be afraid in himself, because of the counsel of Jehovah of hosts, which is determined against it. In, in that day shall 5 cities in the land of Egypt speak the language of Canaan and swear to Jehovah of hosts. One shall be called the city of destruction. You know, so I think this is actually a verse you can use to rebuke BHI people because speaking, not that they even really get it though, but again, with what Matthew's been saying, you got to read this thing spiritually. It's not talking about speaking the language of the Canaanite nations, but like think about what they were saying, right? They want to rob inheritances, basically. And then you look at what's going on with the BHI group, what they're trying to do, and then even the group, even like what the Arabs are trying to do now,
Right.
the WHI.
Yeah.
We're the chosen people. We're the chosen people. No, we are because we're black. No, we are because we're white. No, we are because we come from Abraham, albeit Ishmael. Like
Yeah,
anyway.
I tend not to really like give him any attention anymore, but like that crucifix, one of his videos popped up on my TikTok the other day. And like, I know that he's kind of alluded to it in the past, or at least I've heard him allude to it in the past, but like in this video, like he's fully just out and out saying like, like, oh, like black people can repent, but like they'll never be Israel. They might be in the kingdom and they'll be like servants and maidservants, but they'll never be Israel. What was it? The Bible is the white man's book. And just
Really,
like yeah, like actually hearing him just out and out say it, like the Bible is the white man's book. Like, dude, like come on, like genuinely, how stupid do you have to be?
they just don't get it, eh? The house of Israel went to all the nations, and then you have thousands of years of mingling until they're dispersed among men and their remembrance ceases among men. And he's going to save all the lost sheep of the house of Israel. Well, by the time he does that in like 2000 and whatever, 28, they're going to be black, white, purple, yellow, like, they're going to be everyone.
Yeah,
Man, and this is insane. People have no idea. Like, the racist sects just show how ignorant they are to prophecy. They have no understanding of the basics of prophecy.
right.
Like, you just have no idea at all
Yeah.
if you think like that.
And like it really like they're setting themselves up to fall, because like the moment that because really, like when you think about it, like it's no different to the doctrine of unmerited favor. It's
Yeah,
really no
yeah,
different. Like the moment that you start to bank your salvation on something that is like, like it doesn't matter what you do, like you're fine. Like this guy, like, oh, I'm white, so I'm fine. The moment you do that, you are gonna fall. Because God's looking for those people who, they abase themselves. They're not like this guy's exalting himself for being white. Like God's looking for the guys who are going to abase themselves, who think nothing of themselves. Like the man who thinks he's something, he'll become nothing. Like God's looking for those people who are really like, right, okay, we're all in the same boat. We're all, we're all flesh and blood. Like we're gonna sin, unless we listen to God's conviction. And when you listen to that conviction, he's going to convict you to obey him. And just if you just do that, like you'll be fine. Like that's the person that God's looking for. Like the moment you start to think that you're made in the shade because of some unconditional thing, like immediately you're going to fall.
Well, it's worse than that as well. Their names are blotted out the book of life because they remove the stuff written in Revelation. They remove the inheritance for people based on skin color. Yeah.
It's just so
Yeah.
dumb. I don't know how they don't just look around. Like the evidence is in the fact that there isn't just black, white, and Asian anymore, but there's everything in between. Like you could put all these people from the whitest guy in the world to the blackest guy in the world. You got every color in between because of the mixing that's happened. You've got the Asians, then you got the Russians, and then you got the Mongols, and they're a little bit white, they're a little bit Asian, and then you got like your light skin, like Armenians, and like you got everything. So
What
then
about
where do they
what
like
about albinos? Does Crucifix accept them?
yeah? How
Right.
how how black do you have to get until Crucifix says, "Oh no, sorry, mate, you can't be saved"? Like, where does he draw the line? It's just so stupid.
Right. Yeah, I remember that one. What was he called? Uzi on Twitter. The
Oh,
big, that big
God.
BHI guy. But like, I remember like, I remember looking at his picture, being like, if I dedicated myself to, sunbathing in the summer, like I'd be blacker than him.
Yeah,
Like he was like like just a little bit. Like if we're putting it up to a ratio, he was like 90% white, 10% black. Like, and for him to be like, "Yep, I'm black, so I'm saved." I'm like, "Are you sure?" Because like, go back a couple of generations, you could have a entirely white family, and it would be like it would make complete sense. You know, but it's like just how stupid, like banking your salvation on being a physical descendant of somebody who lived like what 4,000 years ago. Like, come on, mate. Like, how dense do you have to be?
yeah, yeah. Most of the BHI guys are more white than they are black. That's the funny thing.
Uh,
Even if you wanted to play their dumb game,
yeah.
I never even knew this crucifix guy. Everyone I hear talking about crucifix. I never ran into him. I still don't even know who he is or was. Was he in the group at one point? Was he always?
No, no. I didn't know about him until after all the hoo-ha, and Mark was like, "Go on, toughen up, lads."
Yeah, nah, he's never been in the group. He's like people affiliated with him have been in the group or kind of sort of in the group. Michael and Rebecca Jackson even just said they used to follow him until they heard him tell black men on their lives that they weren't going to make it because of the color of their skin. But I know that what's he called? Chad Wilhelm or whatever he's called. He's like big on Facebook. The guy who like owns the gym is like totally vain with his wife. You know, he's associated with him, and that Jason Voigt Wojcik or whatever he's called, like the South African dude. They're all buddy buddy.
Oh yeah, of course the South African guy loves it.
Guy, the white South African guy.
Yeah,
You know,
Docker.
yeah. But yeah, it's I like, and like they've got such an arrogant because the the heart condition that they have is the exact same heart condition that the BHI guys have.
Yeah,
The exact same. And like that time when that BHI guy you know tricked me into getting on a phone call that he could record and put it on his YouTube. He was like they've just got such a vendetta, you know. He's like, your people did this to my people, and you're gonna be my slave, bitch. And the funny thing is, like, it was God's will, so it was never going to be this way. So I'm not going to say I wish that it could have been different, but like he used Isaiah 61, which at that time, like, I wasn't overly familiar with Isaiah 61, but he was reading Isaiah 61, like, about like, bringing them out of the prison houses and binding up the brokenhearted and, all of that kind of stuff. And he was like, who's more brokenhearted? My people or your people? I'm just like, mate, like, what? Like, it's not about, like, this isn't like, Martin Luther King. It's like they're brokenhearted because of sin, not because of, like, some racism. It's just so stupid. Like, genuinely, it's so retarded.
Yeah, and actually, Jewish Encyclopedia, they brag about owning all the cotton farms and the slaves and stuff. And then you got the BHI people that tell you that they're Judah. All right.
Right. It's also just a bit of, like, some pretty serious ignorance in terms of history. Like, what you think only, like, black people are the only ethnicity to have been enslaved. Like, quite literally every ethnicity at some point has been enslaved.
Yeah, a million Brits out of Bristol into the Berbers.
Right.
Yeah, white British, that is. Back in
Yeah.
the day. Yeah, and slavery now in Libya. Africans
Yeah.
being sold by Arabs.
Yep.
You know,
And it's all, always, it comes back to this, yes, some Africans were sold in the slave trade, but who sold them?
Africans.
Africans, their own people.
Well, and sometimes they didn't even sell them; they traded them for weapons so they could kill other Africans.
Yeah. Like,
Madness.
like, all you got to do, it's the classic, but just follow the money. Like, who is funding all of this, what was it, BLM and all that kind of stuff? It's the evil family of Judah.
Yep, 40% of the Atlantic slave ships were owned by Judah.
Right.
Yeah.
So,
And in the height of slavery in the US around 1860, I think it was less than 2% actually owned slaves, but the majority of those that did own slaves were Judahites.
yeah. And then, not that I think it was completely authentic, and it was probably just all part of the grand plan, but, like, the vast majority of the men who abolished the slave trade were white. So
Yeah,
it's like,
rule Britannia.
yeah, it's like they just pick and choose. Like that really is it. They just pick and choose. They've just been, they've been deceived with this, this agenda of, like, it's it's the same thing that those of Judah portray on themselves. It's this victim mentality that they've been so hard done by.
Yeah, and Judah deny the Northern Kingdom. BHI deny white people, and Serpent Seed deny everyone else.
Yeah, like they're all. Yeah, that's actually such a good point, because the Christians do it with the Jews as well.
Yeah.
Like,
but they have to go through great tribulation. We don't.
yeah, they all have this idea that, like, there's one group of people that's, like, less than them. Like, they have to have it harder. But the actual narrow path, Jacob the servant, is like, no, like, we're all in the same boat. Like, we're all in the same position. We all need to do the same thing to be right with God. Like,
Yeah. Everyone's just looking for a free ticket. Unmerited favor, skin color, water baptism. People just want
Yeah.
that they can just do, or not even do, but just be, and then they're saved.
Entitlement syndrome.
Yeah.
Yeah, and as David Shepherd said, BHI totally, spiritually Esau, but Serpent Seed are the same, and Judah acting the same, trying to steal the inheritance.
Yeah, and I saw something come out where they were setting up, like, the evil family of Judah were, like, setting up a BLM rally, and then right around the corner they set up a Make America Great Again rally, like, protest thing, and then they'd coordinate it so that they'd meet each other in the streets. But they just want kickoff.
Yeah, divide and conquer.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Like Antifa and all that kind of stuff, they just pay people to start riots and then, because it only takes a few people to start a riot and then you just get the mob mentality, like from, your common man.
Yeah, get a couple of Fed boys dressed up in khakis,
Yeah.
Patriot Front to entice some white boys into fighting against the
Yeah.
black boys.
You just have to throw a Molotov cocktail through a shop window and then all the normal people will just be like, all right, time to go loot.
Like, steal that thing I already want.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Mass formation.
Yep.
Mass formation psychosis because they're mad.
Yep.
Yeah. It's like when you had a tap-in teacher, like a substitute teacher at school, and then you'd kind of wait for someone to do something naughty, and then someone else would, and then like once you see there's a bit of safety in numbers, you start kicking off, you throw a pencil.
Yeah. And then you
You
lock
don't,
Miss Hunter in the music cupboard.
yeah,
Oh, I feel so
It's
bad
like
for her.
society breaking down.
Yeah. Yeah, like it really it just takes a small I was just thinking that before actually, Kev. All funded by George Soros. Yeah, he was the number one funder for the BLM. What's a isn't it, how funny is that a white Judahite who I believe was once quoted in saying that growing up in Nazi Germany was the most exhilarating time of his life.
Yeah, confiscating jewelry from Jews was the most exhilarating time of his life during the Holocaust.
Yeah, was the number one funder of BLM.
When BLM started, I genuinely thought it was the Bureau for Land Management everywhere, the US agency, federal agency. I was so confused. What do these people want?
Yeah, that's funny.
I'm sure, yeah, but with the number of houses that they purchase, I'm sure it's about land management.
Yeah, very true. Very true.
Bureau for Land Management.
Now, based on what you guys are saying, there was a book that I've used as a reference before. It's the Two Babylons by Hislop. It kind of ties into what you're talking about, but this whole book is about the Babylonian mystery religions and how it ties into all the churches and how it's used as like the hand within the gloves of the system. They kind of control stuff, and it's an interesting book. I can read some of this that I think it might shine some light on what you guys are saying that seem to make sense here. But he goes back and he quotes Job 31 verses 26 through 28, um, and it's referring to idolatry. And if you read, in Daniel chapter 1, it talks about how Judah accepted the ways of the Chaldeans, or they started to be taught the ways of the Chaldeans, because the Chaldeans came in and were influencing Babylon and taught them the sun moon worship stuff. So in Job 26 to 28, it says, "If I beheld the sun when it shined, or the moon walking in brightness, and my heart hath been secretly enticed, or my mouth hath kissed my hand, this also were an iniquity to be punished by the judge, for I should have denied the God that is above." And then he goes on to talk about how the mysteries are instituted. And this is what he says about it. And he says, it was a matter, therefore, of necessity. If idolatry were to be brought in, especially such foul idolatry as the Babylonian system contained in its bosom, that it should be done stealthily and in secret, even though introduced by the hand of power, it might have produced a revulsion, and violent attempts might have been made by the uncorrupted portion of mankind to put it down, and at all events, if it had appeared at once in all its hideousness, it would have alarmed the conscience of men and defeated the very object of view. That object was to bind all mankind in blind and absolute submission to a hierarchy, entirely dependent on the sovereigns of Babylon. In the carrying out of this scheme, all knowledge, sacred and profane, came to be monopolized by the priesthood. who dealt it out to those who were initiated in the mysteries, exactly as they saw fit, according to the interests of the grand system of spiritual despotism. They had to administer um, that it might seem to require. Thus, the people, wherever the Babylonian system spread, were bound neck and heel to the priests. The priests were the only despotaries of religious knowledge. They only had the true tradition by which the rites and symbols of the public religion could be interpreted, and without blind and implicit submission to them, what was necessary for salvation could not be known. Now compare this with the early history of the papacy and with the spirit and modus operandi throughout, and how exact was the coincidence. Was it in the It was in this period of patriarchal light that the corrupt system of the Babylonian mysteries began. It was in a period of still greater light that the unholy and unscriptural system commenced, that has found such rank development in the Church of Rome. It began in the very age of the apostles, uh, when the primitive church was in its flower, when the glorious fruits of Pentecost were everywhere to be seen, when martyrs were sealing their testimony for truth with their blood. Even then, when the gospel shone so brightly, the Spirit of God bore this clear and distinct testimony by Paul: the mystery of iniquity doth already work.
Mm. So he's basically saying there that that sort of plan to divide and conquer was like started right back in the days of the early church.
Right. Well, I mean, it was probably before that. I mean, it would
Well,
have gone
yeah,
all the way
true.
back to Babylon.
Right. Well,
But it's just this system that has controlled humanity through different mechanisms, you know.
yeah. No.
It's all about getting them to bind them to a hierarchy.
Right.
No, and
Well,
to make them unknowingly swear oaths as well.
Right.
Madness.
So that's, it talks about, when the Bible talks about releasing the prisoners from the prison houses, it's probably that, getting them unbound from the hierarchy of Babylon. That's why Babylon has all their Christmas and tradition, Easter traditions that they've inserted in everything, and it's getting people enticed by that stuff.
yeah.
Now the book goes on to also, show different examples of, this Babylonian system, like the Ishtar and the Samarimi woman who was the wife of Nimrod. It talks about that. It shows different examples, like even the Statue of Liberty is it's an idol of basically Ishtar. Um, there was even a coin that the Pope Leo the 12th, in 1825, made, that had his face on the one side, and on the back side it had this, basically, what Hislop refers to as the woman of the apocalypse, with the golden cup in her hand. It had that Statue of Liberty looking character on the back holding a cup and a cross. Um, you see this in Hollywood, like the Columbia Pictures, the image of the woman that's supposed to be like Statue of Liberty type of thing in that. The system
Yeah.
controls a lot of the media, the governments,
Starbucks as well. Whatever
Starbucks.
goddess is on that hideous emblem. Crap coffee
Yeah,
as well.
Yeah,
they
terrible
do.
coffee. Tasty peach iced tea though.
Oh gosh.
But yeah, you know, like they really do just run the whole world. And you can once your eyes are open to that, you can just see it everywhere. But it's like this is how Satan has just taken people away from the covenant, taken away people's focus from God. Like people aren't watching because they're enticed with the lusts and cares of this world. So like it's a genius plan, like from Satan. and he's executed it perfectly, but in the end, it's not actually going to work.
Yeah. So this underlying, like, basically mystery religion, the three things that it seems to that characterize it, that is in its practice, are these mysterious beverages which they consume mixed with, temple prostitution and child sacrifice. So, and it's been going on since, Babylon or before. Like it's talked about in, I think it's Jubilees chapter 6 and 7, regarding, how after Noah, well, he trained his kids to, of course, follow the covenant as it explains in Genesis 9, where it talks about not drinking the blood and, um, you know, uh, basically Rainbow Covenant. It says after his death, I think it's like Jubilee 6, after Noah's death, the kids went back to that what was happening uh, in the past. They kind of ignored it.
Hmm. Um, yeah, okay. So did you finish chapter 19, Andrew? I don't think you did.
No,
Yeah.
I didn't. Yeah, I got to that 18th verse there. So in that day shall 5 cities in the land of Egypt speak the language of Canaan and swear to Jehovah of hosts. One shall be called the city of destruction. In that day shall there be an altar to Jehovah in the midst of the land of Egypt, and a pillar at the border thereof to Jehovah. And it shall be for a sign and for a witness unto Jehovah of hosts in the land of Egypt. For they shall cry unto Jehovah because of the oppressors, and he shall send them a savior and a great one. He shall deliver them. And Jehovah shall be known to Egypt, and the Egyptians shall know Jehovah in that day, and shall do sacrifice and oblation. Yea, they shall vow unto Jehovah and perform it.
Shut the door.
And Jehovah shall smite Egypt, he shall smite and heal it, and they shall return even to Jehovah. And he shall be entreated of them and shall heal them. In that day shall there be a highway out of Egypt to Assyria, and the Assyrians shall come into Egypt, and the Egyptian shall come, and the Egyptian into Assyria, and the Egyptians shall serve the Assyrian. In that day shall Israel be the third with Egypt and with Assyria, even a blessing in the midst of the land, whom Jehovah of hosts shall bless, saying, Blessed be Egypt my people, and Assyria the work of my hands, and Israel mine inheritance. That,
Hmm. The bit about Assyria is interesting. I wonder if he's like referring to the northern kingdom of Israel. In that day there shall be a highway out of Egypt to Assyria, and the Assyrian shall come into Egypt, and the Egyptian into Assyria, and the Egyptians shall serve with the Assyrians. In that day shall Israel be the third with Egypt and with Assyria, even a blessing in the midst of the land. Yeah, he sent the house of Israel into Assyria, but he turned the curse into a blessing, because that's how he brought salvation to the Gentiles, whom Jehovah of hosts shall bless, saying, Blessed be Egypt, my people, and Assyria, the work of my hands.
yeah, because he calls the Egyptian my people, the Egypt my people. That sounds like Hosea 1 and 2, my people that were not my people.
Yeah, like he sent the house of Israel into Assyria, knowing that they would eventually get to spiritual Egypt, being America, and he was going to bring salvation to the Gentile Americans through that. So it's like, blessed be Egypt. It's got to be blessed be the remnant of Joseph in Egypt, my people. You think?
Yeah, makes sense. Well, it's like, the house of Israel was scattered among the Gentiles and became Gentiles. So he just, there's those places where he just calls them Gentiles.
Right. Hmm. Dan, do you want to do 20?
I was thinking of doing Jeremiah 46 to go with the Egypt.
Yeah, go on, please.
Yeah, quite 28 verses, so it's not too long. But the
Which
word
chapter, sorry?
of Jeremiah 46. So a lot of these surrounding chapters have got directed at similar places to what you're reading in Isaiah. The word of Jehovah which came to Jeremiah the prophet against the Gentiles, against Egypt, against the army of Pharaoh Necho, king of Egypt, which was by the river Euphrates in Carchemish, which Nebuchadrezzar, king of Babylon, smote in the 4th year of Jehoiakim the son of Josiah, king of Judah. Order ye the buckler and shield, and draw near to battle. Harness the horses, and get up, ye horsemen, and stand forth with your helmets. Furbish the spears, and put on the brigandines. Wherefore have I seen them dismayed and turned away back, and their mighty ones are beaten down, and are fled apace, and look not back. For fear was round about, saith Jehovah. Let not the swift flee away, nor the mighty man escape. They shall stumble and fall toward the north by the river Euphrates. Who is this that cometh up as a flood, whose waters are moved as the rivers? Egypt riseth up like a flood, and his waters are moved like the rivers. And he saith, I will go up, and will cover the earth. I will destroy the city, and the inhabitants thereof. Come up, ye horses, and rage, ye chariots, and let the mighty men come forth, the Ethiopians and the Libyans that handle the shield, and the Lydians that handle and bend the bow. For this is the day of the Lord God of hosts, a day of vengeance, that he may avenge him of his adversaries. And the sword shall devour, and it shall be satiate and made drunk with their blood. For the Lord God of hosts hath a sacrifice in the north country by the river Euphrates. Go up into Gilead, and take balm, O virgin, the daughter of Egypt. In vain shalt thou use many medicines, for thou shalt not be cured. The nations have heard of thy shame, and thy cry hath filled the land. For the mighty man hath stumbled against the mighty, and they are fallen both together. The word that Jehovah spake to Jeremiah the prophet, how Nebuchadrezzar, king of Babylon, should come and smite the land of Egypt. Declare ye in Egypt, and publish in Migdol, and publish in Noth, and in Tapanhes. Say ye, stand fast, and prepare thee, for the sword shall devour round about thee. Why are thy valiant men swept away? They stood not, because Jehovah did drive them. He made many to fall, yea, one fell upon another, and they said, Arise, and let us go again to our own people, and to the land of our nativity, from the oppressing sword. They did cry there, Pharaoh king of Egypt is but a noise, he hath passed the time appointed. As I live, saith the king, whose name is Jehovah of hosts, surely as Tabor is among the mountains, and as Carmel by the sea, so shall he come. O thou daughter dwelling in Egypt, furnish thyself to go into captivity, for Noth shall be a waste and desolate without an inhabitant. Egypt is like a very fair heifer, but destruction cometh, it cometh out of the north. Is the heifer mentioned again?
Mm.
Also her hired men are in the midst of her fatted bullocks, for they also are turned back, and are fled away together. They did not stand, because the day of their calamity was come upon them, and the time of their visitation. The voice thereof shall go like a serpent, for they shall march with an army, and come against her with axes, as hewers of wood. They shall cut down her forest, saith Jehovah, though it cannot be searched, because they are more than the grasshoppers, and are innumerable. The daughter of Egypt shall be confounded, she shall be delivered into the hand of the people of the north. Jehovah of hosts, the God of Israel, saith, Behold, I will punish the multitude of No, and Pharaoh, and Egypt, with their gods and their kings, even Pharaoh, and all them that trust in him. And I will deliver them into the hand of those that seek their lives, and into the hand of Nebuchadrezzar, king of Babylon, and into the hand of his servants. And afterward it shall be inhabited, as in the days of old, saith Jehovah. Afterward it shall be. But fear not thou, O my servant Jacob, and be not dismayed, O Israel. For behold, I will save thee from afar off, and thy seed from the land of their captivity. And Jacob shall return, and be in rest and at ease, and none shall make him afraid. Fear thou not, O Jacob my servant, saith Jehovah, for I am with thee. For I will make a full end of all the nations whither I have driven thee. But I will not make a full end of thee, but correct thee in measure. Yet will I not leave thee wholly unpunished.
Aye. And so I suppose the punishment to Jacob is having to do this work. You know, it's a blessing and it's a joy, but it's also like I believe I'm right in saying that is part of the punishment, you know, that we have to be persecuted and hated and all manner of evil spoken against us, and you know, the Matthew 10 sword, all that kind of stuff. That's part of our chastisement. You know, because it's like, you know, that real forgiveness that God wants us to have is recognizing that, you know, all of the persecution and tribulations that we go through as servants, you know, it's all as a result of sin, you know. And so when you're all fighting against sin and you're trying to reprove and rebuke the world of sin because you actually have the Holy Spirit, like, you understand why people behave the way they do against you as a servant, because it's because of the very thing that you're trying to fight against. So you have to forgive them because you actually understand why they are doing what they're doing. So it'll be Isaiah 20, 20 now. Um, so I'll read that. It's just a short chapter, only 6 verses. In the year that Tartan came unto Ashdod, when Sargon the king of Assyria sent him, and fought against Ashdod, and took it. At the same time spake Jehovah by Isaiah the son of Amos, saying, Go and loose the sackcloth from off thy loins, and put off thy shoe from thy foot. And he did so, walking naked and barefoot. And Jehovah said, Like as my servant Isaiah hath walked naked and barefoot 3 years for a sign and wonder upon Egypt and upon Ethiopia, so shall the king of Assyria lead away the Egyptian prisoners and the Ethiopians captives, young and old, naked and barefoot, even with their buttocks uncovered, to the shame of Egypt. And they shall be afraid and ashamed of Ethiopia, their expectation, and of Egypt their glory. And the inhabitant of this isle shall say in that day, Behold, such is our expectation, whither we flee for help, to be delivered from the king of Assyria. How shall we escape? Yeah. Um, okay, so Isaiah 21. The burden of the desert of the sea, as whirlwinds in the south pass through, so it cometh from the desert for a terrible land, from a terrible land. A grievous vision is declared unto me. The treacherous dealer dealeth treacherously, and the spoiler spoileth. Go up, O Elam, besiege, O Media. all the sighing thereof have I made to cease. Therefore are my loins filled with paint. With paint. I've been painting too much. Filled with pain. Pangs have taken hold upon me, as the pangs of a woman which travails. I bowed down at the hearing of it. I was dismayed at the seeing of it. My heart panted, fearfulness affrighted me. The night of my pleasure hath he turned into fear unto me. Prepare the table, watch in the watchtower, eat, drink, arise, ye princes, and anoint the shield. For thus hath the Lord said unto me, Go, set a watchman, let him declare what he seeth. And he saw a chariot with a couple of horsemen, and chariot of asses, and the chariot of camels. And he hearkened diligently with much heed. And he cried, A lion, my Lord, I stand continually upon the watchtower in the daytime, and I am set in my ward whole nights. And behold, here cometh a chariot of men with a couple of horsemen. And he answered and said, Babylon is fallen, and all the graven images of her gods he hath broken unto the ground. O my threshing, and the corn of my floor, that which I have heard from Jehovah of hosts, the God of Israel, have I declared unto you. Wow. That is interesting. So, the corn of the floor. So he says, O my threshing, the corn of my floor, that which I have heard from Jehovah of hosts, the God of Israel, have I declared unto you. So this watchman has been given out the corn and the wine. And then he declares and answers that Babylon is fallen and all of her graven images are broken to the ground. So that's just Revelation 18. Babylon is fallen, that great city. Just as the watchmen are giving out their corn and the wine. No? Yes?
Yeah, sorry, I thought it was on mute.
Yeah, that's cool, isn't it?
Yeah,
Very cool.
I didn't
it's
know
like
that was there.
playing out. Yeah, it's like Isaiah 62 playing out.
Yeah. It's like Isaiah 62 and Revelation 18 combined.
Yeah.
I'm interested what the last bit says here as well. The burden of Dimah. He calleth to me out of Seir, watchman. What of the night, watchman? What of the night? The watchman said, The morning cometh, and also the night. If you will inquire ye, return, come. The burden of Arabia in the forest? Oh, in the forest of Arabia shall you lodge, O you traveling companies of Dedanim. The inhabitants of the land of Tamar brought water to him that was thirsty. They prevented with their bread him that fled. For they fled from the swords, from the drawn sword, and from the bent bow, and from the grievousness of war. For thus hath Jehovah said unto me, within a year, according to the years of a hireling, all the glory of Kedar shall fail, and the residue of the number of archers, the mighty men of the children of Kedar, shall be diminished, for Jehovah the God of Israel hath spoken it. Interesting. All right, so there's just 22 left to read now. Do you want to read 22, Andrew?
Yep. Burden of the valley of vision. What aileth thee now? that you are wholly gone up to the housetops, holy with a W, fully. You that are full of stirs, a tumultuous city, a joyous city, thy slain men are not slain with the sword, nor dead in battle. Stirs meaning like shouting or crying. All thy rulers are fled together, they are bound by the archers. All that are found in thee are bound together, which have fled from far. Therefore said I, look away from me. I will weep bitterly. Labor not to comfort me because of the spoiling of the daughter of my people. For it is a day of trouble and of treading down and of perplexity by the Lord Jehovah of hosts in the valley of vision, breaking down the walls and of crying to the mountains. And Elam bare the quiver with chariots of men and horsemen, and Ker uncovered the shield. And it shall come to pass that your choicest valleys shall be full of chariots, and the horsemen shall set themselves in array at the gate. And he discovered the covering of Judah. And you did look in that day to the armor of the house of the forest. You have seen also the breaches of the city of David, that they are many, and you gathered together the waters of the lower pool. And you have numbered the houses of Jerusalem, and the houses have you broken down to fortify the wall. You made also a ditch between the two walls for the water of the old pool, but you have not looked unto the maker thereof, neither had respect unto him that fashioned it long ago. And in that day did the Lord Jehovah of hosts call to weeping and to mourning and to baldness and to grinding with sackcloth. And
Good.
behold, girding, yeah, girding with sackcloth. And behold, joy and gladness, slaying oxen and killing sheep, eating flesh and drinking wine. Let us eat and drink, for tomorrow we shall die.
Hmm.
This came up like not that long ago.
Yeah, that rings a bell.
Something was, I mean, it's like, this sounds, it's like God was telling them to mourn, to do the royal law, mourning, lamentation, and woe. But instead, what do you find them doing? Just all happy, doing the feast, eating and drinking, saying, tomorrow will be as this day, much more abundant.
Yeah, that's like the Christians and the Torah movement, like in that one verse, like slaying oxen, killing sheep, the people doing the feasts, eating flesh, like, flesh of all abominations, drinking wine. Both of them are drunk on pride, saying, let us eat and drink, for tomorrow shall be as this day and much more abundant, or for tomorrow we shall die.
Yeah.
Like First Samuel 15 really is such a great piece of scripture, To
Yeah, what
just
a helper.
yeah, like it just shows like without any question, like to God, the Torah movement and the Christians, like there's definitely more responsibility to those in the Torah movement, for in terms of fulfilling the royal law. But like in terms of how God, you know, feels about their feasts, whether it's the pagan blending ones or the uh, profane version of his feasts, like it's the same thing. They're both an abomination to him. But like
Yeah.
for some reason, we all used to think like, oh well, at least the Torah movement are profaning God's feasts. That's got to be better than just doing straight up pagan feasts. But like, nah, to God, it's the same thing.
Yeah.
In fact, it's probably worse. You know?
Yeah. Yeah, because they're the mini called, right?
Yeah. Like to use the example you always give, Andrew, where the Christians will be like, oh, well, yeah, we know Christmas is pagan, but we make it about the Messiah. You use that analogy. It's like if your wife cheats on you, but says I was thinking about you the whole time. It's like it doesn't make it feel any better, kind of makes it feel worse. But then the Torah movement go one step further and say, like, you know. Oh well, he looked like you,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah.
Like, oh great. Like,
I was
you know.
rehearsing for when I got home to you.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah, yeah, wow. Yeah, like that would be worse. You know, I'd rather you just was something completely separate from me. But like, yeah, like to God, he's like, no, like you're making it the same as these pagan feasts that I hate, but you're doing it with mine. Yeah, I was rehearsing for when I got home to you. Wow, that actually is what they're doing.
That's what they're doing, eh?
Yeah, it's
Interesting.
pretty dark.
Yeah, gross.
It's funny, we were reading Clement today, and he gave an analogy like that, eh? Like pretty much the exact one we always use. I forget how he worded it though, but the Simon Magus about he used the analogy that if you had a son and you like sent him on a vacation or something, and then he said, "Oh, I want to stay here. These are my parents now." You'd be so sad, and that's what everyone's doing to God. He like used pretty much the same analogy we always do, but with the children, not with a wife.
They are helpful analogies. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like you're just trying everything to just get through to these. You shouldn't have to use them, you know. You
Right.
just like put it in a way where these Christians might have a chance of understanding, you know.
Yeah.
Like that's why, you know, like God used them. That's why Hosea married a whore, you know.
Right.
Mm.
And then all these self-righteous Christians will actually, because it's quite a commonly asked question, you know, why did God have Hosea marry a whore? You know,
That's
isn't that,
they ask that.
huh?
Really, like I've never heard a Christian ask that.
Yeah, yeah, I've seen like not like tons and tons, you know, but I have seen the question asked. It's like because he's willing to remarry you, you whore.
Yeah, not like your favorite guy wrote Romans 7 to 11 all about it.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Like he's calling you a whore. Like he wants you to repent from your whoredoms, and if you do, like he's willing to remarry. Like he's gonna take you back.
Yeah.
Good morning again, or happy Sabbath again.
Happy Sabbath. Good
That was
morning.
Happy
right.
Sabbath.
Hey, Daniel.
Hey, Mark. How's it going?
Good. Can you try to, if you got time, I don't know how busy your schedule is and how busy your ministry is already, but that Georgia Josh, I think you two would hit it off,
Yeah, definitely.
and he could use a guy like you.
Yeah, sound. I'll get his number.
Yep. He's been reading through the burden of this place, burden of this place, burden of this place in Isaiah. Some been some pretty interesting little things actually. Like there
Yeah.
was I thought this was pretty interesting. This was in Isaiah 21. It's like Isaiah 62 and Revelation 18 combined. So it says, let's have a look. I'll go from verse 6. For thus hath Jehovah said unto me, Go set a watchman, and let him declare what he seeth. And he saw a chariot with a couple of horsemen, and a chariot of asses, and a chariot of camels. And he hearkened diligently with much heed. And he cried, A lion! My Lord, I stand continually upon the watchtower in the daytime, and I am set in my ward whole nights. and behold, here cometh a chariot of men with a couple of horsemen. And he answered and said, Babylon is fallen, and all the graven images of her gods he hath broken unto the ground. O my threshing, the corn of my floor, that which I have heard of Jehovah of hosts, the God of Israel, have I declared unto you. So he's declaring the corn and the wine that he receives from Jehovah of hosts, the God of Israel, as Babylon is fallen, is fallen. Pretty interesting.
You know, it's that you bring up the Watchmen, and then what I heard these people think or saying about me, you know, making videos about me that were just barely in this group. It's just crazy.
Yeah. Yep.
Just crazy.
Yeah. Like they're just, they're talking about you in the posts of their doors. So they just walk right into it.
Yeah.
What was the other thing that we read earlier on that kind of pricked out? Oh, it was like right in the start, wasn't it? Yeah, and was it 15 or 16? About the heifer of 3 years. Oh yeah, no, here it is.
Okay.
Yeah, and you
Oh,
had it in the Jeremiah as well that I read, didn't you?
yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, Isaiah 14 verse uh
Isaiah 15:5.
yeah, my heart shall cry out for Moab, his fugitives shall flee unto Zoar, a heifer of 3 years old. For by the mountain up of Luhith with weeping shall they go up to it, go it up. For in the way of Horonaim, however you say that, they shall raise up a cry of destruction. I don't know, it's like so like it's so like the way it's written is so like complicated, I don't really fully understand it, but just like when it just throws in a heifer of 3 years and then raise up a cry of destruction, it's like, okay, there's got to be something in there.
Yeah, and then what I read earlier, I'm just reading it again, Jeremiah 48:34. From the cry of Heshbon even to Elealeh, and even unto Jahaz have they uttered their voice, from Zoar even unto Horonaim, as an heifer of 3 years old, for the waters also of Nimrim shall be desolate. Yeah, I really don't understand it.
Very interesting though.
Sehr gut.
All right, you can finish up Isaiah 22 if you want, Andrew.
All right. I'm just baffled at how Dan just called it a heifer.
Did I?
Yeah.
Heifer? Heifer?
Heifer,
I don't
heifer.
want to. I'm not so bold to correct him because I'm figuring he knows. All right, where was I? I'm going to read those couple verses again. Just go right through from there. Wait, where was I? Someone help me? Oh, here it is. Verse 12 I was at. And in that day did the Lord Jehovah of hosts call to weeping and to mourning and to baldness and to girding with sackcloth. And behold, joy and gladness, slaying oxen and killing sheep, eating flesh and drinking wine. Let us eat and drink, for tomorrow we shall die. And it was revealed in mine ears by Jehovah of hosts, surely this iniquity shall not be purged from you till you die, saith the Lord Jehovah of hosts. Thus saith the Lord Jehovah of hosts, go, get thee unto his treasurer, even unto Shebna, which is over the house, and say, what have you here? And whom have you here? So what have you here, and who do you have here? That you have hewed thee out a sepulchre here, as he that heweth him out of a sepulchre on high, and that graveth a habitation for himself in a rock. Behold, Jehovah will carry thee away with a mighty captivity, and will surely cover thee. He shall surely violently turn and toss thee like a bull into a large country. There shall you die, and there the chariots of thy glory shall be the shame of thy Lord's house. And I'll drive you from your station, and from your state shall he pull you down. And it shall come to pass in that day that I will call my servant Eliakim, the son of Hilkiah, and will clothe him with thy robe, and strengthen him with thy girdle, and I'll commit thy government into his hand, or his hand, singular. And he shall be a father to the inhabitants of Jerusalem and to the house of Judah. And the key of the house of David will I lay upon his shoulder. So he shall open, and none shall shut, and he shall shut, and none shall open. And I will fasten him as a nail in a sure place, and he shall be for a glorious throne to his father's house. And they shall hang upon him all the glory of his father's house, the offspring and the issue, all vessels of small quantity, from the vessels of cups, even to all the vessels of flagons. In that day, saith Jehovah of hosts, shall the nail that is fastened in the sure place be removed, and be cut down and full, and the burden that was upon it shall be cut off, for Jehovah has spoken it. I never really read onwards from Isaiah 22 in a while.
Yeah, it's been a bit.
Yeah.
That sure place that's like Ezra, the holy place.
Right.
What does it say it sure is in Strong's Concordance?
Good point. Sure. 539. A primitive root properly to build up or support, to foster as a parent or a nurse, figuratively to render or be firm or faithful, to trust, to believe, be permanent or quiet, morally to be true or certain, to go to the right hand, hence assurance, belief, bring up, establish, be faithful, long continuance, steadfast, sure, surely, trust, and that's about it. It's funny. It has the when you click on it in Eastwood, I don't see this ever in the Strongs, but it says morally to be true or certain once in Isaiah 30:21. And then that's verses, and your ears shall hear a word behind you saying, this is the way, walk ye in it, when you turn to the right hand and when you turn to the left. They won't be removed from the corners anymore. They won't be your teachers will be right in front of your face. Right. That's that part. I don't know why it connects that though.
Hmm.
You know what also stuck out to me, this one? So it's talking about these people that do the feast, right? He called for mourning and baldness and sackcloth, but what did he find? Slaying of oxen, killing of sheep, eating flesh and drinking wine. And then he says in verse 14, and it was revealed in my ears by Jehovah of hosts, surely this iniquity shall not be purged from you until you die, saith Jehovah. And I'm thinking about, we've always speculated that Ephraim, like there's going to be some people that might be risen corruptible.
Right.
Maybe that's how, like, is that iniquity that he's talking about there in verse 14, the same iniquity from verse 13? Because he's saying these people doing this, polluting the feast, instead of doing the royal law, it won't be purged from them until they die.
That's the way I'm looking at it.
Mm.
When you analyze this chapter, like how come they don't have the key of David? How
Yeah.
come they don't see like it's like, waking up to hear you guys, well, Natalie called me and woke me up, and then I started listening to you guys, and the first thing that came on my mind is what you guys told me yesterday about that group of people that left, what they're saying.
Yeah.
But it's an overall, right? Like it's like this is just this revolving doors, not just a revolving door. They go back to that American way,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah,
How
it's mentioned that a lot in these chapters that we've read today about the vomit and stuff like that.
Yeah. I mean, I guess like I sit here, I kind of sit here shocked, but I can't be shocked because you know, all that stuff that was revealed has been revealed. Like it is shocking though. It's hard to understand. Like you guys were saying, why do you have to speak in like, what's the word? Like making an example? Why don't they just understand it?
Yeah, analogies.
An analogy, yeah. Like it's just phenomenal to me how accurate this book is. Like you think about everything this group knows. Why would you walk away from that? Because
Yeah.
it's everything that it's telling you that the book is telling you that there's a group of people that's going to know all of these things. Like, do you guys think that they don't understand? Obviously, they don't. That's a stupid question, isn't it? But are they just sitting in the group and I mean, I've seen it before. Like they don't get it, so then they fall. Doesn't matter how many times you repeat something; they're just not listening.
Yeah. Pretty remarkable.
Well, and I kind of understand why God would give us Psalm 40 the other day.
Yeah.
It was like, you know, him saying, "Okay, guys, they're gonna go at you. Here's your sword,
Yeah.
or for your confidence, or
Yeah.
even your shield.
Right. Yeah. Right.
Like a shield because faith is the shield, right?
Shit.
Like they go and attack, and at the same time, God goes and gives you Psalm 40, so that they can't. It doesn't work.
Yeah. The shield of faith. Yeah. You're right. That you, wherewith you shall be able to quench all the fiery darts of the wicked.
Yeah, and unless your faith increases, you can't please the Lord. Like so, that tells me that people that are in this revolving door should start freaking listening. Like, how can you
Yeah.
go from like that's just crazy to say that Yeshua is the watchman of Ephraim,
Yeah.
but at the same time, yeah, Yeshua is the watchman of Ephraim in every one of you.
Yeah.
He comes and sups with you.
Yeah. They really show how they must have never understood anything. They were just faking it, I guess, all along.
It's like and they're, we're already aware that people are going to do that. So we warn everybody they're going to do that, and then they do it. It's hard to stomach. Hard to stomach. Anybody who doesn't understand anything in this group, just please ask somebody. You know, you don't
Yeah.
like me, then go to one of the other guys that knows. Get them to explain it so it sinks into your heart, and then don't pretend like, I don't know, whatever you're doing. If you're just sitting there and you don't get it, and then you hear something you don't like, and then you get your panties in a bunch, your nose out of joint, whatever. That's not going to do you any good. Because really, it's you being dishonest and not letting people know you don't understand because you're too proud to say anything. Nobody's going to give you trouble for not understanding the key of David.
Yeah.
Or that's just one example. Like if there's things that you like, we expect people who are new not to fully understand things. It takes some time, but the work that you do will produce the understanding as well. People are not aware of that, it seems, no matter how much a guy tells you. If you don't work, you aren't that's what he says. He who's faithful with a little, I will give him more.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's so much better to just, if you just don't understand something, because really that's been such a constant recurring theme where people will like fall away because they don't understand something, and instead of just asking or saying something about it, they come up with all of these presumptuous assumptions, and then they leave because of that. And it's like you left for nothing. You just didn't understand what you were talking about.
Mm-hmm. I wonder too if it's like my presence, whatever that is, because I'm just bold, right? And I wonder if some people they start to have that, and I already know this happens. They have that worship effect thing going on with me, but it's not like they. It's like they read the Bible and they're like, "Oh, look at this! This guy's here. This," and then next thing you know, then they just twist it all around and they go the other direction. You know, you know what I mean? Like it's like now I'm not the guy that is written there, but at first I was, and now I'm not.
Yeah.
Like they said, like Mark's not the watchman of Ephraim. He's the snare and the fowler.
Yeah.
You
Well,
know,
I've even just from the
which is
group of
common, isn't it?
yeah, the group of women that just left, I've actually heard at least, well, I've heard reports of one of them, and then with my own ears, I heard another one say that, she was worshiping people in the group and specifically you, I believe, idolizing them. And it's like, that's not right. So I have to leave to worship God. And it's like, why don't you just worship God like you were always supposed to, but just listen to the men who God has appointed to proclaim his word in the final generation? It's
That's
like
just weird.
it's like when people say like, "Oh, I need to step away from the group and spend some time with Yeshua." It's like, okay, so Yeshua said, find that John 17, Malachi 3:16 group of people, become like one man, receive the meat and juice season, and work together. Like that's literally how you listen. Like that's how you sit at Yeshua's feet. Sitting
Hmm.
at Yeshua's feet isn't just going off by yourself, Han Solo, and just thinking, well, I'll just, have some really dramatic prayers. Like, that's not sitting at Yeshua's feet. Sitting at his feet is listening to what he said, and he told you to find that group of people and work together to spread the gospel to the four corners of the world.
It's kind of interesting because Yeshua wants us to listen to his apostles. Now, Yeshua said so much, right?
Right.
And then his apostles, you could even say they said more. They did in ways, especially because they elaborated on what Yeshua was talking about. They could understand him better than other people.
Right.
So when we sit here as this group of people right now, and let's have a look at Peter, like I'm blown away at Peter. I'm not worshiping Peter.
Right.
I'm worshiping God because of how much Peter knew. Like, and
Yeah.
it's very, like, the crazy thing is that Peter, Peter and Paul are both literally talking right to us, like almost like personally,
Yeah.
especially Paul, I would say. But no, even Peter, like, this is the second epistle I write unto you, beloved, that I stir up your pure minds and telling you to put remembrance to the prophets which were before you. I got the hiccups, sorry. The prophets which were before you, and know that there's going to be scoffers and mockers. He's warning us. He's not warning the rest of the church. He's warning the beloved.
Yeah.
Paul says that they're the beloved for the Father's sake, or however it's worded, I can't remember, but like Paul just blows my mind.
Yeah.
You know, hey brothers, there's no need I write unto you because you guys already know, right?
Yeah.
Know
Yeah.
those
You
who are
just,
above you. He tells you all. Paul's telling you this, like whoever that was, you should say it's Paul. Telling us these things. We just hear it.
yeah.
You know, but why is Paul doing it? Because Yeshua told him to.
Yeah.
And to know those who are above you, consider the end of their conversation. It's for their work's sake.
Right.
But you see, that's the thing, right? When somebody's like that, if like I don't know what it's like to worship a person. I mean, if Yeshua came and said, "No, Mark, you did it to this person, this person." Oh, actually, I could say that. When I was a kid, I worshiped Motley Crue. Like that was my favorite band. So I guess I do know. But like as of late, in my older years, I don't worship people. So I guess, but people do worship people, and that you see that all the time because, unfortunately, what is like, okay, with all the idolatry, they like you football players and baseball players, like movie stars,
Right.
music singers, all that stuff. Well, there's a certain country that really loves their worshiping of other people,
Yeah.
and so it's like a
Right.
spirit of that all over that whole nation. So it's there, like they're bred that way. They come out of the womb to learn how to worship other people. You know, they come out of the womb. They're watching all the TV shows and stuff, right?
Yeah.
So they get that ingrained, and that's their culture, right?
Yeah.
And they push that culture to the four corners of the earth. Like that's the way you should be. You should be like us. So they go to Afghanistan and they kick everybody's asses there. They go to Vietnam and kick everybody's asses there. You know, they go to Korea, kick everybody's asses there. You see,
Right.
they're a
Yeah.
bunch of busybodies, right?
Yeah.
You got to be like us, our democracy. They impose that on the whole world. That's why the Bible says, they're the chief of all nations and the hammer of the earth.
Right.
Well, now you look at the overall behavior, the general behavior, super competitive. I mean, it's super stupid too when you really look at it, because you go the right versus left. Anybody with a right mind could say it's better to be on the right side than the left. But there's so many people on the left. Or maybe they don't see it. Maybe there is good to the left that's better than the right, but those people really aren't well known. But it's the far left that they're right out freaking crazy, the most sinful of all people, you know, like just deranged. When you see all those crazy TikTok videos or Twitter videos, these people yelling when Trump got hired or whatever, not hired, but
Right.
voted in, and they're just pulling their hair out, and they got their rainbow hair, and they're men wearing lipstick and stupid crazy shit like that.
Yeah.
Well, it's a product of the society,
Yeah.
like, but people don't get that. They don't get the spiritual context of things. So that sin is just so huge. And then what is it? They don't want to acknowledge it. Oh, that's those guys over there. They're not like us. Well, really? It's it's that's the game, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's just a spiritual nightmare. History Babylon.
Yeah.
I think it's just absolutely disgusting. And that we even walked in those ways at all. But they return to that too. That's some of the people and even the ones that never even were in our group are still they'll wake up for a while. They'll be they'll learn things. There's lots of people that come into our group that already know stuff, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the whole thing that what's been going on is God has, just like he did to me, he did to everybody. Like, it's not just me. It's just who's going to overcome. Like,
Yeah.
everybody that's come into this group, and you're going to learn about it today too. Even though I don't remember what was said in the Shepherd of Hermas, I do remember knowing what he was talking about when we read it a couple of years ago. Like, it was being read a while ago, a couple of years ago.
Yeah. We read it on the space.
Yeah. So Josh and Nathan and Michael are going to teach today about this book, and revisiting it a couple 3 years, whatever it is later, is going to be very interesting, because how much more we know now. Because when we read that book, Jackie was still around.
Yeah, I'm really excited for the teaching later.
Yeah.
Now how much have we learned since, even when Jackie left, or I guess when Janice did her thing. How much have we learned since then? And frick, we knew a lot back then, and now how much do we know?
Yeah. So much.
Pretty shocking that people would walk away, but I don't know how to explain it. I wish I could. It's not shocking because I don't know it's going to happen, or we don't know it's going to happen. It's shocking because they just do it. It's like, but it shouldn't be shocking, because that's what they're going to, we know that already. It's
Yeah.
very, but it's the thing, it's the reality. It's very uncomfortable. Like, I get no joy out of it.
Yeah.
But what takes precedent? Like, Daniel, if you were to do something like that, what's an example? Like, say you started going to a lunar moon Sabbath.
Yeah.
What am I supposed to do with you?
Rebuke me sharply.
You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's the kind of shit that goes on. And then for the flock's sake, what do I do if you get all rebellious, get your nose out of joint? Am I supposed to just say, okay, Daniel, you can just stick around and I'll just let the rest of the flock get all destroyed?
No, mark and avoid.
You know,
Kick
and
me
people
from the
don't get that part.
congregation. Yeah.
But then again, when they're one of those people, they're going to get their noses right out of joint about it. And they're going to try to destroy everybody. It's just, that's the hard part. Why do you think it's like, gee, eh?
Yeah.
Hey,
But
Mark.
go ahead.
Sorry. Good morning. I was just gonna say, this book, Shepherd Hermas, it actually drives home the fact that you absolutely have to admonish people that cause divisions, and everything that we're doing, the way we're doing it, it's just bringing so much validity to it. And when we read it later, you guys will hear it. So yeah, it's absolutely needed in the church, and it instructs that thoroughly.
And here's the thing, guys. No churches that exist, and there's millions, right? None of them keep order and follow the covenant. So put that big huge fact right in front of your face, okay? So that everybody should be not taking this as a light thing and just moseying on about their life and oh yeah, whatever. Like it's a serious problem. So the everybody in this group, you want to be on the good side of this, all right? So you know the whole entire church is completely apostate. What Josh just said and what we do in this group, they won't ever do that.
Yeah.
But you're going to learn later that there's out of that group, they have all the way till the end of tribulation to repent. So they didn't get, how'd I put it? They didn't get that first fruits calling. The first fruits calling is to a group of people that has been given the opportunity to hear this before tribulation. But are they willing to overcome?
Yeah.
It's like they're different people, okay? They're not the same as the ones that get saved. The ones that get saved, they don't have a high place, but they get saved. Is that a good way to put it? It's not that, and none of us should be striving to be in some high position. Yeshua said to be in the lowest position, to serve everybody. But serving everybody the way he served, look what he did. He went right to the death because he was telling the ways of the world were wrong. And that's what he calls serving. Well, everybody's got to know that the church is completely wrong. They think serving is to like be nicey nice. Like, who doesn't want to be nice? Like, I'd rather be nice.
Yeah. They think it's like cookouts for the homeless and barbecues and things.
It's just ridiculous. Like, people will fall because they're going to get scared. People are going to fall not because of us, but because they're afraid of what the Bible says.
Yeah.
Like, the Bible is not a pleasant book to read when it comes to all the judgment in it. Then that's why the church doesn't read that part. Like, why do you think it goes in that direction where they just want to, oh, I just want to have a relationship with Yeshua?
Yeah.
Says for the women, lamentation, right? and to wailing, and you know, something like raise your daughters in wailing or lamentation. I can't remember exactly, but well, we know our women today, the overall. I mean, there's lots of differences, but you know, girls don't like to be scared, right?
Yeah.
I suppose men don't either, but men are raised that they're supposed to be somewhat macho, you know? Such a hypocrisy in this freaking, like, ugh. Mystery Babylon is disgusting.
Yeah.
Like, of course, this isn't it a crazy thing, man? Like, it's like we're so weak, but we're the ones called to shout this out. And God says, I want to do like this. I want to use the foolish things of this world to confound those who think themselves to be wise. They don't
Yeah.
understand it's a punishment coming. Oh boy. And you know, just between you guys, and the fence post, many times I don't feel worthy of this calling either. You
Yeah.
know, like I don't have fun doing this. I don't enjoy yelling at strangers. You know, how can that even? How come people can't open their eyes to see that? Like, what does this guy think he is? I don't think I'm anybody. I got asked to do this, and I don't like doing it, but I do it anyway. Now
Yeah.
I do
So
love it when people repent. And I even love it more as the years have gone by, seeing guys like Andrew and Josh rising up, and Keller, you know, like that's kind of stuff is what keeps me in confidence, I guess, because this is a hard job. If God didn't help me, I'd never be able to do this. Not a freaking chance. The shit that I've already gone through, eh? And I'm not trying to complain. It's just the perspective. Like, why don't people see this?
yeah.
Yep.
Good morning, guys.
Good morning,
Or
Colin.
Happy Sabbath, everybody. Hey, I was going to ask, could I ask for some prayers of encouragement? There is a Jesus March in my town today, and it's all of the churches gathering together to go march down the street, you know, preaching their bullshit. Uh, I'm going to go to that. He kicked me pretty hard. He kicked me really hard this morning to go. So I'm going to go to that, and I'm going to shake some feathers probably. So I would just be grateful if you guys would pray for me.
What time is it, Keller? What time does it start, or how long?
9 a.m. here, so it's in an hour and a half.
Okay, cool.
you better leave your phone on record.
I'll probably just do it on here if you guys want.
We do.
Yeah.
Roger.
Heavenly Father, we pray that you give Keller the strength and the encouragement he needs to go and fulfill the royal law today. And pray that you would open the people's ears that he speaks to, and if there's any lost sheep, I pray that you would just guide them towards our brother Keller. In Yeshua's name, amen.
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 Are you going with your wife?
No, she's gonna stay home with the kids. Just me.
There's no brothers around you?
The boys are a couple hours away. We didn't get to talk about this.
Oh.
I didn't realize it was this weekend until yesterday.
No.
Thank you for the prayers, boys
Praise
and
God.
girls.
Yeah.
What an incredible fight we have, eh?
Yeah. David against Goliath.
I really do think that verse there, it talks about their portion is the stones in the stream or whatever. I didn't say it right, but do you know wanna it came up before people were wondering about that. Their portion is the stones in the stream. And I think that's even mentioned in the Shepherd of Hermas too, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it talks about stones being cast down by the water, um, and one's by the fire and one's in the fire. So I'm not going to pretend like I understand all these parables yet. I'm just hoping that all your brothers can glean, because you really have to have the spirit to really understand these, and that's why we need to all kind of listen and see what it's telling us.
Well, the perspective, you're going to get a better perspective of what that says by guys like myself and Daniel and Matthew, guys that have been around for a long time and watched people come and go.
Oh yeah,
And you see, they give you the reasons. So, like, I know it sucks because we actually love those people. They're the ones that hated us, but they didn't hate us because they hated us because they have their own shit, you know.
yeah,
And then they expose themselves on their way out because they make stupid videos and stuff, like, so they proclaim it, or they make tweets or whatever, like they gotta definitely let you know
yeah.
they let you know their folly as they're leaving or after they leave. And I'll know I'll tell you guys something though, just to comfort you, and just I'll even use examples. When Robbie Q made that video against the Key of David is when God revealed to me whatever church that was, the one before Laodicea, the one about taking away from the things in this
Mhm.
book, and it's like that's when that was revealed to me.
Wow.
So when they did this, whoever these people are, this group of women, when they did their thing, what did God do? He gave us Psalms 40.
Exactly.
But I didn't know. I didn't even know what was going on. But all of a sudden, God gives me Psalms 40. I show it to the group. The group probably knew stuff was going on. I didn't know. I don't think I did anyway. I might have heard, I did hear little bits. Like I heard something, but it was more about Nikolai, right? So I heard something about that, and I'm just like, oh, these people have no forgiveness. They have no understanding if they're going that route. You know, that kind of stuff just pisses me off. Like Yeshua didn't die for the ones that didn't sin, and there is that type of person doesn't exist. Everybody sins. What do you think? Like what that Psalm 40, it says that he plucked plucked him out of the miry pit and set his feet upon a rock. Well, that's happened to everybody in this group.
Yeah.
It's like there's a story in the Bible, and God is helping us understand it by revealing meat in due season.
Yeah.
So, what He wants us to know at that opportune time. So, really, what He just did, like that, it's a miracle, but it
Yeah.
involves people being evil and then God being good to us.
Yeah.
And that's our confidence. And then what do? They cast their pearl to swine. And no, the Christians don't know what that means. It's incredible. It's incredible how the whole entire Christian church has certain like well-known I don't know. They say things, right? They think that casting their pearls to swine means, oh, I told you my opinion is my opinion and you threw it to swine. That's not even what it's talking about, you know?
Yeah, not even close.
But because they're Christians, they just accepted these things, and then they just turn it into a cliche or a
Yeah,
platitude.
that's the way. Yep, that's it.
And they're in great error. It's actually the people in this group that will cast the pearl to swine. And the Christians aren't in this group. The Christians don't know what it means at all. The Christians have no idea about the white stone at all. Gee.
Good morning. Happy Sabbath.
Happy Sabbath.
Would the stones of the stream in Isaiah 57:6 have any connection to, well, you like what it says in Deuteronomy 32 about, let's see, the Lord's portion is his people, Jacob is the lot of his inheritance. And then you go to like Joshua chapter 4, where he tells all the head of the tribes of Israel to go into the stream and pick a stone. They made a pile after they crossed the Jordan. There's a total of 12 stones.
That
That
is
should
interesting.
still be there, shouldn't it?
Well, it made mention, I think Paul or somebody made mention that it's still there in the first century. Whether it's there now, I have no idea. Probably not, but
But it would be right by the Jordan River, right?
right. And there was like a tree over there too. But this is what, be when they crossed the river, they sent the Levites first with the Ark of the Covenant, and of course it parted the water like it did the Red Sea. Um, and they crossed over on dry ground across the Jordan when the children of Israel went into the land.
Yeah, that is where it is. Isaiah 57, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we maybe could look at that at some point.
Joshua 4 talks about it. It's pretty interesting.
Yeah, but is it the same thing in Isaiah 57? Because it says the stones in the stream, and I think it talks in a negative context. Well, anyway, somebody brought it up that even asked the question: is this talking about the stones that David pulled out of the stream when he slew Goliath? Because it kind of doesn't it? Well, I guess
Well,
those stones.
yeah, it
Go
says in
ahead.
Isaiah 57:5, it says he talks about idols under every green tree, slaying the children in the valleys under the cliffs of the rocks. So he's showing you that, okay, there's this adulterer and a whore that's doing these things under the trees. But he says, among the smooth stones of the stream is thy portion. They are thy lot. But to them that has poured a drink offering, thou hast offered a meat offering. Should I receive comfort in these? Yeah, that's the quote.
Doesn't it sound like it could be they're going to get slain by the stones?
Maybe that's the the smooth stones in David's pocket. Like, yeah, I think you said something about that.
That's what somebody else said it. It wasn't even me. It was somebody else had that idea. And I thought about it and I'm like, I don't know, but it kind of seems I read it again the other day and I was thinking about that again because I was reading some stuff in Isaiah 50. I even read part of Isaiah 50. I think I even read it on a video. Maybe it was that 9-hour day. I can't remember, but it revisited my heart. And that's what it sounds like. Like that Isaiah 57 is pretty freaking clear chapter too, isn't it? Like
Yeah.
it's got some stuff in there, you know? Like the children of the sorcerer bowing down under the green trees. Like how come people don't get this stuff? Like the Bible's written in a way it's not going to sit there and literally tell you, yeah, you guys are putting Christmas lights on your Christmas tree and you're putting all your presents underneath it and I don't like it. It's not going to talk like that. That's not the way the Bible's written. It's in a poetic way that requires the Holy Spirit, obviously, to understand it. But I've had the Holy Spirit for such a long time. I don't know what it's like. I can't remember what it's like to be a dummy, but I used to be. But how come when a child reads Jeremiah 10, they say, "Hey, that's talking about the Christmas tree,"
Yeah.
you know? And this is the strange part. I read that to my boss. My boss is no child. My boss is a smart man. He's a good man. He's not a Christian in any way. He doesn't live any kind of religious life at all. But in today's standards, he's better than most people, including me. And he could understand Jeremiah 10, 1-5. He's like, that's talking about the Christmas tree. And then you know what he says to me? I fucking hate Christmas. That was his answer to me.
That's a lost sheep.
I know. And that's why, you know, like I even cry when I think about him, you know, like I have a love for him. You know, he'll never understand, you know, but I've confessed to him my feelings towards him, that I care about him and I pray for his family and I hope his whole family gets saved. But he's really the one. He's the one that stands out and he's a good man. Like that guy should be that guy should be in a high position in the kingdom. You know, it's really crazy too because God, like, even if I don't make it, I still see what God wants and what he desires. You know, like I think about guys like Andrew and Matthew, and I'm not taking away from anybody else in this group because in time, and it doesn't even matter if Andrew was called before you guys, that's just the way it is, right? And but God is looking for kings, is what he's looking for. He wants to raise up men and women from this world, this wicked toilet bowl world that's been created by Babylon. And he wants these guys to prevail, trusting in him. And he wants to give them cities to rule over. And you can see what Yeshua said. That's what God wants. So even if, and I'm not even trying, that's not even why you know why I do everything I do? Is because God spoke to me one day. That's it. And he keeps showing me things, but it's not because I didn't. When I was sitting there, when I tell you the story about me crying in my bathtub, thanking God so much that he showed me the 10 commandments, all the confusion was gone. I was so grateful. But then it sinks in, well, nobody's keeping those 10 commandments. You know? Nobody. It's like I'm sitting there like a deer in the headlights. It's like The whole world's deceived. But I was so grateful. I'm not trying to be a king over people. I don't deserve to be a king over people, you guys. So many times I even say to myself, if my job is just to find those kings, then so be it. Because I'm just so grateful he showed me the 10 commandments and that he would speak to me. That's why I do this. But if Andrew and Matthew are king over me, I'll gladly serve them. You know, they're not going to treat me poorly. I found them.
Yeah.
You know, but people don't have hearts like that. I've learned that as I've been a watchman. Like, people are wicked. People are selfish. People only care about their own self, you know?
Yeah.
That I don't understand. So I can't fathom it. So I don't, a lot of people, I rub them the wrong way because they're wicked and in that way, you know, and I just don't think like them. You know, I'm more concerned about when people act wicked like that. I'm like, you wicked man, you have children, for crying out loud, but they don't understand what I know, you know, and then I have to register that in my head, you know.
Yeah.
You know, it's really messed up. It's like it almost could make a guy go crazy if you don't have any help from God. That you know, it could make you go crazy. So that just shows you guys my weakness. Like, how would I ever, why do you think Psalm 40's put in there? You know, like, because obviously it's, we're men. We need to hear that encouragement from God. Like, you can't even make that up. How come I never recognized that before, Andrew?
Yeah. Right.
You know, I mean, I'm sure I did, but I just didn't. There's no way. Like, that's why I'm really thinking the Shepherd of Hermas is really going to sink in today.
Yeah.
When you revisit a book, like, I mean, I read Isaiah how many times, but now it really starting to make sense. But guess what? If this went on for 2 or 3 more years, in 2 or 3 more years, everybody who sticks it out in this group is going to understand Isaiah 10 times more than what we
Yeah.
know right now. The crazy part is what we experience as a group together, the good and the bad. That's what makes this book, because that's where we get the wisdom from, is going through it, you know? Like, you're never going to understand Nathan's mashed potatoes unless you try them.
Yeah.
So that's what wisdom is, going through it, you know? Yeah, it's crazy.
So are we gonna read Shepherd of Hermas from the beginning again? Like last week we got up to I think the seventh or eighth similitude, but
I would say yeah, because since I brought in the other brothers and we started putting notes to it, which I'll put the notes, the documents in the chat, we started seeing, because this thing doesn't do like exact quotes like, the regular canon does, New Testament to Old Testament. You see exactly where Paul's teaching from. And this one, you have to have spiritual eyes to know the stories and the idioms that it's referencing. So as we're putting these together, then we start putting in scriptures that we're seeing according to that. And then Bryce is going to be a huge help too, because he sees a lot of stuff that he's going to be able to expound upon. So I would say, yeah, we should, because the third vision is the building of the temple, and I see it as being the fulfillment of the Zerubbabel prophecy. It says that there's these six angels building the temple, but there's these men laboring among them, building this temple, bringing in these white stones, these white bricks. So I would say, yeah, we probably should.
all right.
6 angels building the temple.
Yeah, there's 6 angels over the servants. There's one angel of repentance. Jack's about to light that this angel of repentance is actually mentioned by name in Enoch 40. It's Phaneel, but it's directly over the servants. And when you think about, he led Jacob alone, Deuteronomy 32, you start seeing that how this works in this angel of repentance, and then the cutoff date, or there's a cutoff time for the servants as far as their repentance. But it really, that part of the vision, the building of this tower is one of the most important one. That one, and then when you get into the visions, talks about this tree, says the tree is the commandments of God. And also says that it's the Son of God. And then we are the branches. And it goes to describe each one of these branches, and that the how each one is describing each person. Some withering away, some of them are strong. But that's towards the end. Yeah, it's an amazing book. I can't wait to do this.
Yeah, I'm incredibly excited.
Me too, brother.
Yeah, the last time this group covered it, I think, was 4 years ago.
Yeah,
There
it
you go.
is.
Wow, that long.
Might have been
Wow.
3.5 or so.
Yeah,
It's when Christine was in the group. You
yeah,
remember her? She was
yeah,
from
I do.
Asia.
Well, we read it on the space, I think, since then, but like probably like I would have read right over stuff that I had no idea about that we know now. That's why it's going to be so good. I love a good revisit like that.
And
It'd probably be like if we had time, it'd probably be the same with all these things. Like imagine reading if we like diligently read Enoch again now, it'd probably be the same thing.
I
But
bet,
it's like
yeah.
got a lost
Oh,
sheep to find, right?
I haven't read Enoch in like probably 7 years, 8 years.
Yeah.
I've thought that though. I mean, if I go read that book again, like, I mean, I even remember it being somewhat, disturbing and scary. Same with Second Esdras.
Oh yeah, that book is scary.
But I remember we just read it the other day, the first chapter, Second Esdras. We read the first chapter, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the first chapter's amazing.
It's a beautiful chapter, isn't
Yeah,
it?
so comforting.
Well, when I first read that book 8, 9 years ago, whatever it was, how in the world would I ever know what that chapter means? Now I do. Even how he starts listing off all those prophets, doesn't it say like the prophets are helping them?
Yeah.
That's so cool, man.
I was thinking Second Esdras was written after Malachi. It's like 2nd century BC.
Well, I mean, he had to restore everything, right?
Yep.
So he had to rewrite everything. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, everything in Second Esdras definitely points to an end times condition.
Yeah, I think it's hugely connected with Matthew 24. Massively.
Boom. Which is connected to Matthew 24.
Well, I think the whole of Second Esdras kind of really expounds on Matthew 24 and the judgment, and that's why it's such a scary book.
Yeah. I don't remember Second Esdras that well.
It definitely has a Zechariah 14 connection.
Oh yeah.
Chapter 13.
Well, the thing is when you analyze the Bible, it's just different prophets all talking about the same thing.
Mhm.
So, different prophets give you little pieces of information, little pieces of information pertaining to that they're the wisdom that God gave them about the same event that another prophet would talk about that didn't have the same wisdom. You know, like Zephaniah and Zechariah are telling you the same story, but the details that Zechariah has are, different than Zephaniah, right?
Yep.
But it's all talking about the same event. It's very, very, very mind blowing, is what it is. It's just you can't even when you open up the rabbit hole. My goodness. And then you got removed books on top of that. So my brain can only handle so much. Which is, I guess, part of the reason why you need to go find your brothers, right? Like how are we supposed to do this by yourself? You can't. There's
Yep.
just too much information. We need Nathan to do what Nathan is good at. We need me to do what I'm good at. We need Andrew to do what he's good at, and Daniel's son to do what he's good at, et cetera, et cetera. And we got to realize that, right?
Yep.
I'm freaking sick. Anybody want to take over on rebuking? Give me a break for a couple years? I'm smiling here.
Yeah, I'm all right.
Crickets there.
Can we just how about I just anoint somebody? I'll just pick randomly.
All right.
Everybody should do it anyway. So, but you know what? I realize that everybody doesn't have the same amount of discernment either. Sometimes it sucks sometimes. That's where it comes into getting that encouragement. But it sure isn't pleasant, is it? The hard part. Do you ever ask, why does it have to be this way?
I have before.
I think Yeshua even didn't he hinted at that at one point, but he knew that it did.
Some of you guys, like it seems like Nathan, you don't struggle with this at all. You kind of just accept it, don't you?
So it makes sense, I guess.
Like, when Isaiah fell, he was so powerful and then he fell. Like knowledgeable.
Right.
But he was into pornography, and not just pornography, soliciting women or whatever, right?
Right.
Actually, it wasn't even just women. From what I heard, it was transsexuals. God's not going to put up with that, right?
Right.
And he had all that information. My goodness, wasn't he an amazing teacher?
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, to me, that's super perplexing to me. Like, why does it have to be like that? What the heck was that all about? You know?
Part of it's to refine him, whatever his hidden sin is had to become manifest.
It's what Paul went through, and recognizing that he even wrote, like, he wrote these things too, about how people, he'd raise them up and then they would fall. The whole Titus thing there. Like that was a shocker when I recognized that. But I mean, Paul had to deal with it all the time. He said that they would come behind him and destroy all his work.
We know that too well.
And that people would come in and spy out their liberty. He warns us, and this is the worst generation. So it's even going to be a worse generation than what he was dealing with back then. Well, I pray that all you guys overcome. And I know it's going to be hard, but we all got to do it, you know. You know, always ask God to help you if you're struggling. You know, there's people sometimes they struggle with a little bit of sin in their life. It's nobody's kicking you out for that. We're going to encourage you. We're supposed to, you know, confess our things with each other. You don't have to confess them to me. If you're afraid of me or you think that I might, you know, sometimes I have to yell at some people, but if you go to Andrew or go to Nathan, you know, go to somebody that you're more comfortable with even, you know. It's better
Yeah.
that you take the rebuke because that's what's good. It's called accountability, you know? And when people do not feel that they are accountable, you're going to fall. And that's probably the reason why people will struggle with sins because they really don't feel accountable to this group, to the cult.
Yeah.
Like don't let the conviction, you know, go, you know, take a walk, you know what I mean? Like you want that conviction.
Yeah.
But it's better to get it on the table and take the rebuke. And sometimes, you know, that sharp rebuke is what gets you in check. You know, because you'd rather get rebuked in this group than when you stand in front of God.
Yeah, basically everyone's different on how they receive a rebuke because, you know, it's how maybe how they were raised, it may be you know, the environment that they were in, it may be their life experiences. Some people that have been chastised more throughout their life have an easier time accepting a rebuke than someone that's never been done it before, and then it like destroys them, you know, they can't handle it or they don't know how to handle it.
Or it's just pride,
That too, yeah.
you know?
But if
It's
they've been
like
chastised long enough, you know, that they're going to be out of pride, you know, that was beaten out of them a long time ago. So,
a lot of people don't understand that being called into this group is a huge privilege. It's not a calling for you to just come here and be a leech. To a certain degree, you're going to have to do that, though. You're going to have to glean. But then there's the part where, like, the whole message we're telling you is you got to start warning people. And when we do these Sabbath gatherings and stuff, we're being filled with the Word of God to encourage us in our walk what we have to do, which is the royal law to fulfill the royal law. You know, like we don't have. It's like here's your choice. Even to not to put pressure on people who are newer, but you who like what's Keller going to go do today? A very scary thing. Why is he going to do that? Because he knows he has to. Why do you think? What do you think the disciples were doing? They were called to do that. They were a brand plucked out of the fire. How many people got caught? Remember when Yeshua had the 120 and only the 12 stayed? That's a lot of people that walked away from him because they wouldn't drink his blood and eat his flesh.
Yeah.
That saying was too hard for them. You know, it's kind of similar, you know, isn't
Yeah.
it? Don't you see that, Andrew? Like,
Yeah.
oh,
100%.
he's too harsh. I don't like the way he talks.
Yeah. Oh, that's too much. Everything else was all good, but now I'm going to leave.
Yeah.
Yeah, like you got to think about that. There was some people that were following him around for some time that just couldn't figure that last thing out, you know?
You know, you think everybody would definitely call me a cult leader if I said, you guys got to come drink my blood,
Yeah.
right? That's what Yeshua said in front of everybody, a crowd of people. And then
Yeah.
they turn their nose up and walk away. Come on. If you came into this group and I said, I'm the cult leader, you got to drink my blood, you guys would think I'm crazy. But that's what he said. And that's why all those people went cuckoo and walked away, because they didn't understand what he was talking about. And he did it on purpose. That puts it in even a bigger perspective, doesn't it? You know why he did that, even so that because we're talking about it right now today. Because we have enough wisdom to see that. You know, when he says that the publicans and the hookers are going to enter into the kingdom first, you see the wisdom I have, and what Paul did too. Paul talked to the barbarians like they're as if he was a barbarian. When he was with the Jews, he talked like he was with the Jews. He didn't talk like the barbarians when he was talking with the Jewish people, right? Well, we're sitting in a timeline, and we kind of got the map laid out, and you know, the publicans and the hookers are out there, and from my perspective, God's going to bring them in here. So if they talk like Jeremy, then so be it. We learn this dirty, filthy language. It's even interesting. You got other places like Isaiah 6. I'm in the midst of people with unclean lips. You know?
Yeah.
So if I were to sit there and, all the spies that are in the group, because we know that's going to happen, they're going to gossip about the things we say because they don't know what we're really talking about.
I'm gonna transfer hosting duty to Nathan now. There we go.
Alrighty. Well, happy Sabbath, everyone.
Happy
Those
Sabbath.
that
Happy Sabbath,
just
everyone.
those that just came in. We got 84 in here today, so a little more people than what we usually have at this time. And we'll just roll right off of Matthew space into this one.
Could someone post a link to the Shepherd of Hermas in the comments, please?
Yes.
Yeah. I'll go and send because I'm going to send 3 documents because it's a long book. So I've got to separate it into from the visions, the commands, and then the parables, and then it'll have our notes in it. So give me a second.
I'm going to mention that this week or earlier in this week, one of the days I had the inkling to go to a bookstore. It's a place I went to before, and I bought some King James Bibles for my kids, but I just thought, like, yeah, maybe I'd go back there. I was talking to somebody about these red letter Bibles that I was noticing that in Book of Revelations, not all of the same, like not all the versions of the red letter Bibles have the same, um, sentences underlined or highlighted in all the chapters. I mean, a lot of them are consistent, but some of them have differences. So then I went, well, maybe this bookstore would have some different variations, and I could go check it out. So I went over there, and in the section where it had all the Bible stuff, I just noticed there was a shelf that was just completely empty, except it had a stack of books right there in the middle of it. And I looked at them, and it's like, well, these are things that I've actually referenced before that even is on our website. Like the Two Babylons book by Alexander Hislop that was in the stack. Um, and there was a King James Bible that was a study Bible that had cross references and a good thesaurus at the back and a bunch of maps. And there was another 2 books that no, they're missing volume 2 and 3, but had volume 1 and 4. That was an interlinear study Bible that had Hebrew and English. Um, and then it had this little National Sunday Law book all stacked up in this one spot. The National Sunday Law thing has different. I don't know who it's written by. It's this Markuson. I haven't read through it yet. It was like $1, but it had some quotes by Ron Wyatt. It's like, well, maybe I'll get these. So that Two Babylons book, I've had it before. I rented it before at a library, and then I had it in a PDF form, but I hadn't actually owned a physical copy, so it wasn't too much, like $20. But it's a really good book that talks about the mystery religions that are behind all the churches. The Chaldeans. That's pretty much the focus of the book, is everything about the mystery religion of the Chaldeans.
You know what's weird? Can anybody answer this? Maybe you could, Nathan, because you're the educated type. Daryl is let me use his grandma's Bible, and in the back of it's a dictionary, and it's a Hebrew Chaldean dictionary. Why would it say Hebrew Chaldean?
I don't know. Maybe they don't understand that unless they're going off a Jewish tradition, because they learned the ways of the Chaldeans in Daniel 1. And that's, the Jews went off into their own thing with sun moon worship stuff. And
It's right in it's the KJV Bible, and it's an older one. I don't know. Maybe Daryl can turn his mic on and say how old it is. But in the back, there's this dictionary where it says Hebrew Chaldean dictionary, like for these words, and then throughout the whole Bible, it's all these underlined words throughout the whole Bible. Like there's a massive amount of underlined words by the creator of that Bible, and it'll just be random words, like some names, but some just like words like fluttering or something like that, you know? And then they underline them all throughout the whole thing. And then there's this good chunk of pages. It's like not a few. probably 100 pages, is this dictionary which calls it the Hebrew Chaldean Dictionary. So what's the similarity? Like, what's you can anybody give a good answer as to what the perspective is there?
The only thing I can
Looked
think
it
of is
up.
that
It
yeah,
says online, it's a Hebrew/Aramaic. So Chaldea is like a Aramaic dialect, it says.
Okay.
Does it say Chaldean or Chald like Chaldee?
Oh, look. Hold on a sec. Isn't it the same thing?
I think so. It just that's what it's showing on here.
Okay, hold on. Where does it say that?
Yeah, you can even buy
Yeah.
Strong's Concordance with
Yeah,
Hebrew
Chaldee.
Chaldean. Yeah, it's Aramaic, I guess, which is kind of odd, right? I don't know why I'm thinking that's kind of odd. Why
Yeah, it
would that?
says Hebrew and Chaldee Dictionary.
Yeah, it's saying the Chaldee is Aramaic.
Huh. Well,
Hmm.
that's interesting. I never knew that until today.
No,
yeah,
that
so
would have been the last thing I thought that would have meant.
yeah, so maybe they mix different words in.
So then you can see now the influence of the Chaldeans. And it's got to be a mindset and it's got to be a heart. It's a spirit. Like, look at it like that, right? And so and by the way, the Bible tells you that God chose it to be that way, right? Isaiah 47. I'm thankful that God has shown us, all these things in his book. And I just wish everybody would listen. That's the catch 22 here. It'd make my job and everybody here's job a lot easier if everyone would just say, hey, what does the Bible really say? Oh, I didn't know that. Cool. So we just keep the 10 commandments and keep the rainbow covenant now? Yeah. And then things will go well? Yeah. All right, let's all do that. That's just not the way people are. Sure, it'd be nice if everybody kept the 10 commandments and I could feel my daughter could be safe. All of our children would be safe.
Yeah, they make it too complicated.
Amen.
People want to add complication and then turn it into a thing about them.
Daniel, you see now that you're going to have a baby soon, right?
Yeah.
Now see it changes, it puts it in perspective. People who don't have kids, they could never really see it the same way as people who do have kids, right?
Yeah.
But then there's a bunch of jerks out there in the world that don't even give a shit about their kids anyway. Just casting them into the fire Moloch. Oh my goodness. You wake up and you're like, what the heck? What world do I live in here? I suppose that's a good sign, considering what the Bible says. May they be in the world, but not of the world.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, that's a crazy thing is like there's this Chaldean cult that kind of goes back to Ham or Canaan. that's been running things for a very long time behind the scenes and influencing all the nations and cultures. And they have their secret, you know, rituals in their own religion. But then they have all this outward things, that deceive people and capture them. And that's all coming down. God's going to do a flipperoonie here at the end.
Well, it's that sorcery that's mentioned of in in the Revelation and stuff, right?
Yep.
Like, I mean, I don't understand that stuff. You know, all that black magic, and why are there so many people playing with those tarot card things? That's when I
Right.
would go through these shorts, people lives. They're live, and I'm flipping through, and there's some people preaching the Bible. There's some people playing video games. And there's some women just standing there getting people chit chatting with them on the freaking these lives. When I go live, right?
Yep.
Well, lots of people do that, and then there's these people just playing with tarot cards all the time. Like, why would they do that kind of stuff? Because there's obviously some kind of wonky spiritual power to it,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
And they get
What's
into
that?
that dark stuff, and then I don't know, man. Like, it's trick. Like, I'd like to just find an island somewhere, load up my family, sell this place, and get the heck away from everybody. Shut my phone off, go fishing, feed the family, and preach the Bible to
Well, I
my
know.
household.
Well, that sentiment was definitely some of the families that moved over to America originally, from Europe, trying to get away
Yeah,
from everything going on there.
yeah. Now there's where are you gonna go, right?
At this point, very few places, if any.
Get an RV and go to Mount Sinai.
Yep.
Oh, how long are we waiting for you, Lord? I'm not trying to rush him here or anything like that, but what does the end of that psalm say? My God, please don't tarry or whatever, right? Do you guys think that that's a clue? The ones that were listening to that psalm?
I thought so.
Can you read that last verse, Andrew?
Yep.
Even the last couple verses of it? What an absolute bombshell that psalm is. Like, it's so funny. Especially, do you guys ever remember before Janice took off, Nathan? Remember, I went on that kick for a long time when I was working, and I would drive home from work and I was pushing the Psalms, and when I drove to work, I was pushing the Psalms.
Yep.
I must have read that Psalm. I must have talked about it, but
Well, there's
how
there's
come
a
I only
couple.
see it now? It's
I don't know.
crazy.
Well, yeah, that's kind of how the Bible works.
Yeah, it fulfills itself, doesn't it?
Yep.
And God shows you at the opportune time when He wants you to see something, He makes sure you see it.
Yeah. Yeah. When I
I'm
first like,
so thankful. I'm just, praise you, Father, for showing us this psalm.
yeah, I thought this last verse was very suspicious when we were showing it.
Which psalm is
But
it?
it's Psalm 40.
Oh, yeah.
But you really do have to go from, I don't know, like fifth. You just want to read the whole thing every time, but I'll go from 15. Let them be desolate for a reward of their shame that say unto me, Aha, aha. Let all those that seek you rejoice and be glad in you. Let such as love your Yeshua salvation say continually, Jehovah be magnified. For I am poor and needy, yet the Lord thinks upon me. You are my help and my deliverer. Make no tarrying oh my God.
You know, the other people say that the Lord tarries and they smite their fellow
Yeah.
servants.
Yeah.
And you know, and it's who was it? There's somebody in our group that really noticed that the spring comes and that's when they bolt.
Yep. Every
Who
time.
was it that noticed that? Because I'm proud of that person for noticing that.
Yeah, it's like the spring cleaning.
Like I remember it more vividly. Like last year was worse than this year. Well, the summer hasn't come yet, but last year a pile of people left. And what were they doing? Waiting for that summer solstice, I guess. And when it came, then their true colors came out. Oh, because there's another
Yeah.
year to go, you
Yeah,
know?
pretty much on the day.
Yeah.
And then the same time, God used Matthew, like of all of us, you know, you know, I'm sitting here still licking my wounds. So I still am licking my wounds from what Janice did, you know? And Matthew comes in, and you know what? That's so cool about Matthew is I asked him, I said, like, buddy, can you please pick up, you know, some of the slack here? You know, in so many words. Like I needed help. I can't I can't do this job by myself. And he did, and he stepped up to the plate, and so did his beautiful wife. Like God bless those two people and that whole family, those little kids. Anyway, then God favors Matthew and shows him like what to me what Matthew was shown for our group's sake, because I love the group, right? And I love Matthew and I love Andrew and everybody else. I want everybody to be like Matthew and Andrew, you know? And I'm not taking away from any of you guys. Some of you guys, maybe you are like Matthew and Andrew. You're, you know, you got your own ministry to do and you're doing it, you know? And